This is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century because they had to justify the slave trade and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, that he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what are people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race?
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. The European invented and developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors, and they can be patriarchs, they can be a whole lot of it. See, we've been everything in history from saint to buffoon. We're a complete people, and we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things. And we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important.
EETM Hotep. Peace, peace, peace. Welcome to the Sesh Medew Netcher YouTube channel. This is your brother Wujao. And as promised yesterday, I said we would go live. And the topic of this live is concerning Kemet, the country of the blacks or the land of the blacks. But what I'm gonna do for you all today or tonight is to properly reorientate the arguments. All right, so that's why you see towards a proper reorientation of the arguments. But before I begin anything, I want to make sure that everyone can hear me, that I'm not speaking to myself here. So as usual, I would just like anyone in the chat, if you can do me a service and let me know that you can hear me loud and clear, and then we can continue. All right, shout out to everyone in the chat. Appreciate anyone's tuned in, checking out our channel. I hope you're looking through the archives on your spare time and just hang out on our channel and look, watch whatever grabs your attention in terms of topics. Okay, they're saying all clear and loud and clear. Okay, good. All right, so I am not talking to myself. I always have to check. You all don't understand. I almost did a whole show because I couldn't see the chat and nobody could hear me. So if you're wondering why I keep doing that, I'm a little paranoid about that. But yeah, so welcome, and all the newcomers. We had a show. I tried to give a brief orientation of who we are, what we've been up to, what we've been doing for over the past 10 years online, 9 or 10 years of our existence, the existence of our YouTube channel, and we welcome anybody new. Everybody. So hopefully you kind of get a gist of what we're about, and I hope that people who are new or not just come hang out on our channel, because there's a lot of videos that we've covered a lot of information, and on our channel we don't get into maybe so much so the entertaining and drama aspect of things, and I know a lot of people like that. So our videos on our channel, it's not as quote unquote sexy as what other people may do, and attention drawn, magnetic. And I understand, I get it, but all I do ask is, when you have time and you want to sit down with your pen and pad in your hand and you want to learn and dig into things, come hang out on our channel, check out what we have to say. And we're always here to build and engage. All right. So again, well, before I continue, I will definitely be in trouble if I do not introduce my co-host, Emiket Aku Kenshaya Kenyi. I'm not sure if you are ready, but if you have any greetings for everyone.
Yes, most definitely. I would like to greet everyone and say Hotep, Hotepu, Abet E family for joining us today, and we just appreciate. And yeah, just make sure that you like the video so that YouTube can know what kind of videos you like, and hopefully we'll be sending you more of our videos. So make sure you thumb it up and share if you can.
All right, excellent. Okay, so all right, so I'm gonna get into tonight's topic, and again, the title of this video is Kemet, the land of the blacks, towards a proper reorientation of the arguments. Now, a few people asked me even last night, why do I feel the need to do that? And trust me, it is important that I do this and give some insight on what the arguments are. And the reason being is because since I've taken a break for over a year and a half, and I've explained that in the recent videos. And before that and during, my break, there have been a lot of back and forth arguments. And in my opinion, it's gotten grossly out of hand. It's very, very disappointing to me and disgusting. I discussed that before, but I don't think a lot of people feel my pain when it comes to it, because one, it shouldn't have ever gotten out of hand. It shouldn't have continued the way it did in the first place, but being that it did, it shouldn't have gotten out of hand or to the point that we are at now. And it's just painful because most of it, about 95% of it, is straw man arguments, or what some people may call ghost arguments. People are making up arguments and then arguing against those arguments as if they're winning something and impressing people. And I know that is a common characteristic in the conscious community, but it's just frustrating to see it happen to something that I have chimed in on, and I've teamed up with the brother Osari Motep and the brother Sanjeti, and we've taken these research questions serious, and we focused on it, and we wanted to present information and share with people, and hopefully people will pick it apart and walk with us and join in on the research. But instead, per usual, people have taken an adversarial position for whatever the reason, and as the young generation say, ops. They've become our ops, and they just argue for no reason, and they have really created ghost arguments. They're arguing against things that we have never argued. But I feel it's necessary for me to do this evening because a lot of people who are new to this argument, or have just now started paying attention to it, they don't know any better. So it gives the appearance that when somebody argues against a ghost argument and appears to win against that, which is equivalent to shadow boxing yourself, fighting yourself, and then declaring yourself the winner. But people may not know any better, and to me that's unfortunate, and it's not fair. Okay, because people are sincere, and some people may really want to know these answers or even help out. So anyway, I'm going to dive in and just try to reorientate this for you. And once I'm done, I will be able to pay better attention to the chat, and I'll post the link if anybody want to jump on the panel and give your opinion about what I'm saying tonight. Feel free to do so. All right. And I will try to be as concise as possible. I'm definitely working on keeping the videos under a certain amount of time. All right. So let's just begin and dive in. All right. So now, first of all, what the book that you see on the screen now is a book that is the result of myself, Osari Motep, and Sanjeti Ankra. We came together and we wrote essays to publish, and the motivation to do so was because we were invited in 2019. We were invited to an ASCAC conference, and at the conference, this was an issue that was going to be talked about. And so, knowing what we know about conferences such as the ASCAC conferences, we know that your time is very, very limited. They really only give you between 10 and 20 minutes to speak or present. Unless you're a keynote speaker, that's pretty much all you get. And then things happen and your time may even be cut shorter or what have you. Things happen, during the conference and so on and so forth. And also, during these conferences, I've experienced that they may have simultaneous speakers doing presentations in different rooms. So a lot of people may miss what you present because they're in another room listening to another presenter. And so that happens a lot. And I'm sure any of you all who are listening to me now, if you've been to these kind of conferences, you know exactly what I'm saying. So what we decided to do was to document our essays or the things that we would present into the book form, and that's what you see on the screen. And so we made it available at the conference, and then we made it available on Amazon around the same time, and this was 2019. Okay, so here is an image of it being available on Amazon, and it's only $19.99. It's still there, of course. If you type in the title, you'll find it. And here's some of the people who have supported and bought the book early on. You have the sister Monica, if everybody familiar with Sister Monica. Shout out to Monica. Brother Sean. Shout out to Brother Sean. And then we had a Brother Chavis. All right. So the book is still available, and I would definitely encourage everyone to get it. Okay. Because we took our time to put information in there so that you can walk away and read what the issues are and what we're actually saying. Okay, because that's the best way to do it. You can pick it apart, ask questions, and so on and so forth. All right, that's what we encourage everyone to do. Now, when the book came out, instead of getting the book and studying it, studying what we're saying, checking it out, coming back and questioning us and whatever, like I said before, there were people who just chose to, out the clear blue sky, just to be in opposition. And we're used to it because, for quite a few years, be it on Facebook or on YouTube, there are just people out there that just will hate on anything you say because you're saying it. It doesn't even matter what you're saying. It's just that because you're saying it, they're going to take an opposite position. And then they're going to go and Google ship and look up anything that will say anything opposite to what is being said so they can present it and act like they are debating and arguing and so on and so forth. But, we're used to that. But unfortunately, it happened here with this particular issue. All right. So now I'm just going to dive into exactly what the issues are. Now, mind you, this is 2019 when we published this book. The recent iteration of this argument, this debate or argument overall, the overarching argument has been going on since the 1960s. Okay, but in the conscious community, where we are now with all the back and forth bickering and unfortunate childish behavior as I see it, where we are now, this iteration has been going on since, I would say, roughly 2018. Okay, to about 2018, and it spills into before 2018. But I would say starting in 2018 is when it started to get rough and rugged, like how we're seeing it today. It just got worse. It's gotten worse and worse and worse in terms of how people are treating this issue. All right, but 2018, and so here is a presentation I did on our channel from November 21st, 2018. This is the actual slide that I use. I do my best to date my slides so that I know, as far as a time reference, timestamp. This is from November of 2018, where I gave a lesson on toponyms or toponymy, and then use case was Kemet as a toponym. I gave a whole presentation, and that video is in our archives. All right, so I would suggest you look for it. Maybe Emike can type a link. We actually have a playlist of several videos dealing with toponymy and toponyms and Kemet and everything like that. I believe it's like 9 videos in total. But this is a slide from one. So I'm just giving you all kind of a timeline of events. So evidently it's been talked about before 2018, which inspired me to do a presentation on it for clarification and share information with everyone. All right. So now here are the issue. Here is the issue, and here are the hypotheses around the issue. Okay, and I want everybody to really, really understand this. So the issue is coming from an ongoing debate since the late 1960s on the meaning of the place name Kemet. And I can't emphasize enough that it is a narrow focus on the place name Kemet. There's no mention of an adjective Kim in the masculine or Kemet in the feminine, meaning black. No one argued that such a thing doesn't exist. We all know that there's an adjective in the Egyptian language that is Kim, in its masculine that means black. Everyone knows that. Anybody who has half a brain and an interest in Egypt has come across that at some point or another. It's just common knowledge. That was never an issue. The issue is to chime in on the ongoing debate that's been happening since the 1960s on the meaning of the place name Kemet, which is a toponym. The toponym Kemet, the name of the country, okay, Egypt, that we know as Egypt today, Arab Republic of Egypt. So now, we're in this ongoing debate since the 60s. There have been two prominent hypotheses that have been in circulation. Hypothesis 1 is that Kemet means black land. Hypothesis 2 is that Kemet, and by Kemet, I'm still talking about the place name now. The place name Kemet, hypothesis 1, the place name Kemet means black land. That's hypothesis 1. Hypothesis 2 is that the place name Kemet means black people. All right. Now, note, we have a note here. Note that both claims assume that the root of that toponym or place name in Kemet is the word Kem from Kemem, which means black. All right. The adjective. All right. Now, that's an important thing to note and to keep in mind when dealing with this topic. All right. But before I even move on, any one of you now, again, I can't see the chat, so bear with me. I'm just laying this out for you all, and then I will definitely open it up for kind of pay attention to the chat and open it up. But before I even move forward to the next slide, already any one of you guys that are already familiar with toponyms and toponymy, the study of place names, or you yourself may be a toponymist, you actually study place names, already you know that hypothesis 2 is eliminated. And here's why, in case for those who are not already familiar with toponyms. Toponyms only refer to places and never people. So the place name Kemet can never, ever be referring to people. It can't mean black people. It's an impossibility. All right. But that is a very strong hypothesis nonetheless. And a lot of people have latched onto that. Okay. So to move forward. So now, when it comes to hypothesis 1, the place name Kemet meaning the black land, one prominent scholar that is on that side of the hypothesis is James P. Allen. So he's one of the many scholars in support of the place name Kemet meaning black land. And here's a quote from his text where he says the word Kemet, Egypt, literally means black, referring to the soil of the Nile Valley. See essay 2. He has an essay in his book. This is why Egyptian, talking about the language, the Egyptian language uses the preposition her, which means on, rather than m, which means in. Her Kemet means literally on the black land. And that's the citation for you if you all want to look that up. All right. So that's just one example of someone who supports the hypothesis number 1, the black land hypothesis. All right. Now, hypothesis 2 is the place name Kemet means black people. And a prominent scholar, a revered scholar, a beloved scholar, especially in the conscious community, Dr. Sheikh-Anta Diop, he is one of the scholars that have been in support of the place name Kemet meaning black people. Okay, and here's a quote from one of his works. He says, quote, "In fact, we know that the Egyptians called their country Kemet, which means black in their language. The interpretation according to which Kemet designates the black soil of Egypt rather than the black man, and by extension, the black race of the country of blacks, stems from a gratuitous distortion by minds aware of what an exact interpretation of this word would imply. All right, and that's from Civilization, African Origins of Civilization, Myth and Reality. All right, so that's an example of two scholars that are on opposite sides of this issue. Black people hypothesis, the black land hypothesis. All right, so before I move forward, right now, you can clearly see that what's been going on in the conflict community today, you can see what people are arguing. So much so that some people are arguing both hypotheses at the same time, which is really weird to me, but I've seen it. Okay. And remember, all times we're talking about the place name. And so to continue with hypothesis 2, this is with Diop. So Diop, in his translated article entitled Origin of the Ancient Egyptians in the Great African Thinkers, edited by Ivan van Sertima, quote, it states the following, quote, the Egyptians had only one term to designate themselves, Kemet, and he has it as equaling the Negroes, literally. In the Egyptian language, a word of assembly is formed from an adjective or a noun by putting it in the feminine singular, Kemet, from the adjective Kem, equaling black. It therefore means strictly Negroes, or at the very least black men. The term is a collective noun which thus describes the whole people of Pharaonic Egypt as black people. So I'm just doubling down on the fact that Diop is probably the cause of all of the recent argument for that particular hypothesis. All right, it starts with Diop, and a lot of people who are trying to argue that, they will refer back to Diop and have done so. Okay, so moving forward. Now this slide is just from now after the ASCAT conference or the presentation. I did a commentary and critical analysis of Dr. Mario Beatty's presentation from there. We played the video and we walked it step by step, claim by claim in the things that he was saying. And that video is also on our channel. Okay, it's in the archives, and maybe someone, Emiket or someone, can post that link as well. All right, but that's what this is from. Now, in the book that I showed you that you can get, and I hope you all get the book if you don't already have it. In the introduction, Asar Imhotep wrote the introduction, and his essay is chapter 1. My essay is chapter 2. The brother Sanjetti's essay is chapter 3. In the introduction, we lay out the parameters of the issue, just like how I'm doing with you guys tonight, how I'm doing with you all tonight. It's all spelled out in the book. So I'm basically kind of summarizing for you all tonight, because I know a lot of people may not have the book and people are new to the conversation. So in it, we clearly remind and tell everyone what our arguments are not about, what's not in dispute. We made that clear from 2018, 2019, 20, 21, during the pandemic, before the pandemic, after the pandemic. It's been there. It's all throughout our archive from 7 years ago, 6 years ago, etc. So here is what is not in dispute. Does black exist as an adjective in ancient Egyptian? No one is disputing that. We know that. That's never a question. Number 2, can we find cognates of the adjective black in related African languages? That's not in question. That's not in dispute. We know that. We can give a list of cognates for the color term black in other related African languages. All right, and have done so. Asar has pages and pages of those cognates. Number 3, did the Egyptians use color terms to describe a person or a thing? That is not in dispute. The Egyptians had primary colors in their psyche, and they described their environment. They described animals, people, things, inanimate objects, animate objects using color terms, and black was one of them. No one is disputing that. So I'm going to stop with that and just say this. So to me, it's very, very strange and weird and silly to see somebody, or people, I should say, for 2 years combing through dictionaries trying to find any instance of the word Kim that means black, and if it applies to a person or a thing, and then show the world and say, see, this says black man in the dictionary, as if that's saying something as far as we're concerned. Now, if people would just want to share that piece of information, that's fine, but that's not how it's being done. People are doing that as if they're arguing against something that we have claimed. And so again, number 3 right here, no one ever made that claim otherwise. No one has ever made that claim. We know that. I can quote text. I can show text where that's done. Number 4, do classifiers, which are determinatives, and hopefully you all are a bit familiar with that term. If not, I'll come back later and explain it. But do classifiers have to be present for every attestation of a word? And that's not in dispute. We know that classifiers or determinatives are omitted in words depending on context, depending on the space that the scribes had. I mean, due to many factors, classifiers are not always attached to the words in the writing system. This is taught on a basic beginner's level. You know, I've been teaching the language for 12 plus years, and this is something that I point out and teach for these 12 years. So that's never been in dispute. But yet people will bring that up as if they're arguing against something we've claimed that we've never claimed. All right. So to move on. Now, hold on. I want to skip down. Of course, you all don't see me skipping, but let me just go to something here because I want to double down on this. So here's a slide from now this is prior to the publication of that 2019 text I just showed you all and hope you all get. This is I believe this is from 2018. I'm mad at myself I don't have the date on this, but this is from the Amara Squad channel that has since then, I believe, something happened to the channel, which is very, very sad. We had a lot of videos on that channel. It's like a library burning down when that channel got hit or taken down. But anyway, the brother Reggie chimed in on a conversation, on an already ongoing conversation. And he did a presentation on the channel. And so we were interested in seeing what he had to present, as we should, thinking that the brother Reggie is coming into the conversation, joining up, locking elbows with us to walk with us and do the research. But as I said before, unfortunately, what happens in the conflict community, people will jump in and then immediately become adversarial and in conflict instead of walking together as researchers in the plural, as a group, as a collective. Anyway, it was during this presentation in 2018 that we outlined the same thing that I'm telling you now, the issues and the hypothesis. Okay. Now, but what I want to show is during that time, this is in 2018. Now, it was somewhere where I said what the argument is not. and I'm trying to find it. If y'all bear with me real quick. And I might not even have it on the slides here. I don't want to take too much time, but the point is, even during that time, oh, here it is right here. What the issue in question is not. And it's the same thing. So I just took the same information, and what I'm telling you now is what we said back then. It's included in the book, it's included before the book. We made that clear to everyone, knowing that people tend to create ghost arguments. All right. So now, just real quick. Well, I'll explain what ghost arguments or straw man arguments are in a second. So I'm going back to where we were. So that is the what we did. You know, we're trying to let everyone know every step of the way of what these arguments are. Now, when it comes to Diop, when we were saying what we were saying, a lot of people took offense to us saying that Diop was wrong on this issue, or let me put it a better way. People were shocked and offended that we would stand in opposition to Diop's claim. Let me word it that way. And so when that kept happening, we had to pull out the venerated elder's words from himself, where Diop clearly tells everyone, and I'll quote. So this is a quote from Diop. It's coming from an interview with Diop that he had done in 1974. And you can find it, the reference is down here at the bottom, but I'm just going to read it. This is Diop speaking. He says, "I would like to see above all a greater number of researchers, Afro-Americans, young Americans, and even whites. Why not? Because it's the young who are the least prejudiced. As a consequence, they are the most capable of making triumph ideas which frighten the older generation. Also, I think that it will be necessary to put together polyvalent scientific teams capable of doing in-depth studies, for sure, and that's what's important." And then in red, we put in red, "It bothers me when someone takes me on my word without developing a means of verifying what I say. We must form a scientific spirit capable of seeing even the weaknesses of our own proofs, of seeing the unfinished side of our work, and of committing ourselves to completing it. You understand? Therefore, we should then have a work which could honestly stand criticism, because what we've done would have been placed on a scientific plane or scientific level." So Diop is very clear here. He doesn't want people to venerate him so much so to just take him on his word. That's unscientific. And Diop was against that. Diop was a scientist, and he doesn't like that unscientific attitude, even when it comes to him. So, and this goes to people who appeal to authority and just say, "Well, Diop said so. How dare you go against Diop?" Like, what do you mean, how dare I go against Diop? First of all, I'm not going against Diop. I'm examining his work as he told me to. And I'm having these findings that are in contradiction to the evidence he had access to in those days. Because remember, the field of Egyptology, the things that we now know in 2024, is always an ongoing, growing process. Diop dealt with things in the 1960s, 1970s, and matter of fact, Diop is known for doing analysis on mummy samples and things like that people, will make mention. But that was before 2003, when the human genome was mapped, and then fully mapped, I believe, in 2013. Somebody can check on that for me. But that was all before. So we have to understand and not get stuck in one time and think that that's the end all be all. And Diop knew that, and it should be obvious for what he's saying right here, right now, to create a to develop a means and create a means of verifying things, even with what he says. So anyway, we reminded everybody of this to really tell people to calm down. You know, nobody is going against Diop as if, you know, we're not listening to Diop. So anyway, that was an issue, and we covered that. All right. So what I want to show real quick, and Emiket, if you have any comments to make, you can, because I want to switch something to explain something else real quick.
Okay. Well, I don't have anything much to say. I think so far you're doing a good job of reorienting everybody, because I know that when initially when this argument first started out, um, you know, a lot of people that are actually arguing right now were not there during that time. And even during that time, nobody took out the time, because I remember when you guys dropped the book. First, we actually had a show on our channel because that conversation was really ongoing online. So we did a show on the Sesh channel that would let people know what a toponym is first and foremost. But then right after that, I think when the debate was happening, and then you guys did actually provide, the material so that people who came to the debate could have something, to edify them more than probably the time that allowance that you had at the debate would not allow. But when the book just dropped, and this is actually, I think, Miss Tiffany asked about some of these things if they were on Amira Squad channel. I think this particular one was in the newer Amira Squad channel when this debate was ongoing. And I remember the book dropped, and the book was dropped at the debate, and it didn't even take a few days, and already you had, the ops, the opposers just came in, and that was actually for us at that time. It was very surprising, because in scholarship, um, you know, you don't know, like it was people were magically arguing about things they hadn't read, the book they hadn't acquired, they hadn't even oriented themselves properly with the arguments, and it showed so much, and that you guys had to really, really in the videos that actually are on the Amara's Court channel, and it's actually also on the Seshu channel right now. We did actually archive that as well on our channel. You guys literally had to put slides up on the video and tell people what this argument is not about. And you're telling somebody who's already placed themselves in a position to combat or to rebut. A person is rebutting the arguments, but and creating their own arguments, ghost argument, and really hasn't taken the time. And that has continued ever since. But I'm gonna just let you know, because I know a lot of people out here don't understand how far this goes, because most people, even on our chat right now, actually are new to this argument. They were not there during that time when it started. And them being new to this argument, they're actually involved with a whole different argument than the argument itself.
Yep, that's absolutely right. So again, for those who may have tuned in after the beginning and everything, bear with me. I will be focusing on the chat, and I will be opening the panel so that we can have some brief engagement and volley back and forth on some ideas. All right, but right now I just want to kind of anchor you all into what the real arguments are. Now I'm just going to back up a little bit, because I think I kind of laid a little foundation. But listen, you all really have to, and because I'm a participant in the text, like my essay is chapter 2 in the text, it seems like a shameless plug to keep trying to, tell you all to get the book. But really, if you want to know what we're saying, and I keep saying we because it's me, Asar, and Sanjeti, we've teamed up to do this research from different angles at that. But you really, in order, if you want to know what we're saying, or if you feel like we're saying something wrong, obviously, in order for you to know if we're saying something wrong, you have to analyze what we're actually saying. And we put it in the book in a brief, easy to understand form. 'Cause like I said, it was for the conference. It was for the purpose of people walking away. Because as I said, at these conferences, they give you 10 minutes. You can't explain anything in 10 minutes. So it's best just to give some bullet points and then hand out some material, which a lot of people don't do, but we do it. And we did it, I have a history of doing that personally. We did it with the so-called decipherment debate that never happened with Sarah Sudenseti and Young Pharaoh. They backed out at the last minute. We had our book ready, over 100 pages ready, right there at the no-show debate. Same thing with this conference. We had this pamphlet ready. And in fact, we put this pamphlet in literally a day. We had to do it quick and have time to get it printed so to be in New York ready for the conference. So it was something that we put together, and people should really look into it to know what we're actually saying. All right. Don't allow anybody to ghost argument you to death. That's not fair and that's not right. So I just want to re-emphasize that. And that allows me to kind of speak about what I'm showing on the screen right now. So I want y'all to understand this. I would really encourage you all to just do a basic review of logical fallacies in general. Now, me personally, I come from a background of formal debating on the debating team in college. So these are things that we had to memorize and know forwards and backwards, like the back of our hand, all these different logical fallacies and things. We had to know how to recognize them when they occur. We had to know how to defend against them. And we had to know how to even use them. I had an excellent teacher in terms of all that is concerned. But it's one in particular that I want to focus on that happens. Now, in the YouTube streets, we call it ghost arguments. Like, oh, you creating a ghost argument. Nobody said that. Right? But what it is more technically, it's the straw man. Straw man is a very, very popular logical fallacy. Very, very popular. And then you have ad hominems. People calling each other names and doing all the kind of things. That's what you see as well. That's a logical fallacy when they're trying to do that to imply that they're winning an argument. But anyway, so I want to just read what a straw man argument is so that we're all clear on what it is. And you'll recognize that that's what's been going on for at least the past 2 years. Since I've been on my a hiatus, that's what's been going on. All right. So first of all, what are logical fallacies? A fallacy is a defect in an argument which misleads the mind. The defect may be intentional or unintentional. And I'm going to tell you all right now that I have concluded that this is intentional at this point. I've run out of patience with that. I've been doing this for a long time. I think a lot of it is intentional. I could tell by people's behavior and things like that. But anyway, the defect may be intentional or unintentional. If the defect is intentional, we sometimes call it sophism. One's understanding of fallacies may be used for good in order to avoid or expose error. And this is what I was trained and taught to do. This is what we had to do in our on our team. Or it may be used for evil in order to subtly deceive. And that's what I believe is happening in the conflict community, aka conscious community, today. I think both of these are going on. All right. So then you have formal fallacies, and I'll just read this. So a formal fallacy is one which involves an error in the form, arrangement, or technical structure of an argument. The question in view is not whether a conclusion is true or false, but whether the form of the argument is correct or incorrect, valid or invalid. Then you have formally valid arguments. So number one is true and valid. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. That's true and valid. Number two is a different one. False but valid. All right. So people got to understand this. These are terms that are not used, on social media a lot, and people think that they're synonymous, but they're not. So an argument can be valid, but it could be false though. And that seems strange, but that's right and exact. Here's an example. All men are green. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is green. Now, the form of this argument is valid. There's nothing wrong with the form of the argument, but the argument happens to be false because all men are not green. So I hope y'all get that. All right. Next one, formerly invalid arguments. Here's an example of a contrast. Number 3, false and invalid. Some men are green. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is green. So I hope y'all see it's invalid because it says some, and then it's claiming that Socrates is a man, but although it says some. Socrates could be one of the people that are outside the sum. So that shows how the form is invalid. But then it's also false because some men are not even green. All right? Unless you watching too many cartoons and stuff. Number 4, true but invalid. So here's an example of something that's true, but it's an invalid form. Some men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. So that's true, but it's invalid. Why is it invalid? Same reason why this one, number 3, is invalid. Because Socrates may be outside of the some men. All right. So anyway, enough of that. Like I'm not trying to belabor these issues, but I think it's important because I want to let you all know what's going on in the conscious community right now, and informing you all. Hopefully, you all won't allow it to happen because a lot of these things are taking place because the audience allows it and encourages it because it's drama, because it's exciting, because it's entertaining, and so on. And we cheer it on. People instigate. I've seen it. There's no way around it. I don't want anybody to think, I'm just saying what I'm saying for no reason. I've seen it, and you all seen it. People will bounce from channel to channel, put a comment in this channel. Oh, so-and-so is tearing you up. Or so-and-so saying this. And then they go to the other channel and say the opposite of it. I've seen it, and it's crazy. It's crazy to me, Anyway, informal fallacies. Correct reasoning involves clear expression and valid form. Formal fallacies are a matter of invalid form. Informal fallacies are a matter of unclear expression. I should have bolded or underlined that. Informal fallacies are a matter of unclear expression. Formal fallacies deal with the logic of the technical structure, while informal fallacies deal with the logic of the meaning of language. The word informal does not here mean it is inferior, causal, or improper. It only means that our focus is not on the form of the argument, but on the meaning of the argument. An informal fallacy involves such things as the misuse of language, such as words or grammar, misstatements of fact or opinion, misconceptions due to underlying presuppositions, or just plain illogical sequences of thought. And I'm telling you, we've seen all this in the conflict community. We encounter both formal and informal fallacies every day, but unlike formal fallacies, we cannot reduce informal fallacies to symbolic formulas. We can, however, compile a list of characteristic profiles of informal fallacies and arrange them into general categories. And so here are the categories. And this leads me back to what I wanted to explain about straw man. Straw man is probably, in my opinion, the most famous logical fallacy that I've seen used, the most used one. So what is a straw man? A straw man logical fallacy. It's much easier. I don't know if y'all can see this. It is kind of small. It's much easier to defeat your opponent's argument when it's made of straw. The straw man fallacy is aptly named after a harmless, lifeless scarecrow. In the straw man fallacy, someone attacks a position the opponent doesn't really hold. Remember, I told you all at the beginning what the arguments are not. But here, for the past 2 years plus, people have gone live stream after live stream arguing about something or against something that was never argued in the first place. Okay, I've seen it happen with at least 3 individuals that have been doing this for the 2 years plus. Okay, now instead of contending with the actual argument, he or she instead attacks the equivalent of a lifeless bundle of straw, an easily defeated effigy, which the opponent never intended upon defending anyway. That's why when people, since I've made an appearance back on Facebook and YouTube, my inbox, people have been kind of blowing up my inbox, sending me screenshots, sending me links to videos, they want me to check out and stuff like that. And I've tried to take some time to do it, to get caught up. But, and I have to tell people, because people are telling me, like I'm going to give you an example. Someone showed me where a screenshot of where it was shown that a man is described as black. It was a man or a woman. It's described as black in ancient Egypt. And I'm like, duh. I mean, what do you want me to do with that? And so, but the person is showing me that because they think I'm arguing against that. Like, that's an argument I have, when it never was, as I explained earlier. And so this is what fits here. It says, which an opponent never intended defending anyway. Like, why would I defend something that I never asserted in the first place? All right, to continue. Straw man fallacies are a cheap and easy way to make one's position look stronger than it is. See, these are egotistical folks out there who go this route to boost themselves up. They use that and other means. They talk loud, they talk sounding convincing, and so on and so forth. I get it. Using this fallacy, opposing views are characterized as non-starters, lifeless, truthless, and wholly unreliable. By comparison, one's own position will look better for it. You can imagine how strawman fallacies and ad hominems can occur together, demonizing opponents and discrediting their views. And that's what happens. I know what I'm reading right now I know it's clicking. It has to be clicking with you all who are listening to me right now, because I'm sure y'all seen it if you're honest. You've seen people will throw ad hominems. Now, see, these are the technical terms for these things: ad hominem, straw man, etc. But in the YouTube streets and in everyday speak, we call straw man ghost arguments. We call ad hominems shots. We say, oh, he's throwing shots. He's throwing shots. Oh, man, he created a ghost argument. So I'm just anchoring it home so you all know what those things actually are. All right. But they're used together. People will throw shots and people will create ghost arguments together in trying to discredit someone else, instead of just coming to the table as an actual have a scientific mind and come break bread and walk together in the research investigation. That's the best approach, and that's what real scholars actually do. It doesn't mean scholars have to agree with each other, but when scholars, real scholars with good character, disagree, there's a method on how to handle that disagreement. And it's definitely not what you see in the conflict community. I'm going to repeat, it is not what you see in the conflict community. So any of you young folks out there that are aspiring to do research, whether it's a hobby or something that you're going to look into professionally, do not take your cues from the conflict community. Don't let that influence you to be the same way. Don't repeat that bad behavior. Don't repeat the messed up ways that you may be entertained with in the conflict community. That's my advice to you, coming from me to you all, whoever out there that it applies to. All right, last paragraph. This fallacy can be unethical if it's done on purpose, deliberately mischaracterizing the opponent's position for the sake of deceiving others. And I say that some of that has been going on. But often the straw man fallacy is accidental. and that's true. So I don't want to make it sound like I'm blanketing everybody, all under one umbrella. So I don't want to sound, to speak, 100% matter of factly. It applies to who it applies to. So I see that both of it happen. It happens. It can happen accidentally because one doesn't realize it happens accidental because one doesn't realize he or she is oversimplifying a nuanced position or misrepresenting a narrow, cautious claim as if it were a broad and foolhardy one. And that's what's happening. But see, the difference between when it's accidental, like if somebody accidentally misrepresent my argument and it's accident, I can clarify for them after they do it, and then they'll catch on. Then they'll readjust what they're saying. That lets me know it was accidental. But if somebody says something like that, and then I clarify, and then they still insist over and over again, so much so that it goes on for months, years, then now it's you got to put them in the other category. All right. So anyway, that's what a straw man is, and that's what's been going on in the conflict community. So Emiket, if you have any comments, I want to switch back to the other.
Actually, no. I think you summarized that pretty well. You know, I think, but one important thing that I think you said was that you know, it's always about being in conflict, being in opposition with something, and that is just very clear with, the what occurred with this particular research question. A very beautiful research question, by the way, and with so many few people, I'm not discussing everybody that's been talking about this particular topic. Within that group of people, there is a very, very, very small number of people who actually are somewhat, skilled in the language, at least to contribute something, whether they are right or wrong. But within that, having that very small number of people who can contribute, it is just, I think it's just a shame that when there is such a beautiful research question that is presented, the very first thing, the intuitive position for people to take, unfortunately, is to be on the opposition, to be the ops, and there's nothing wrong with being in opposition with something, or being in a disagreement with something, as long as the disagreement is constructive, and it actually helps to help resolve the research question in itself, because obviously if everybody agreed with it, there will be no way of knowing if it's right or wrong. But you want some people to be in disagreement, and then when they bring the disagreement on the table, it has to be constructive. That way it actually benefits everybody. But in this sense, there's just nothing constructive about it. It's just it's just, to me, it's just childish arguments that have nothing to do with this topic, that doesn't even help resolve the question itself. It's just everybody just taking a little chunk out of the question and then creating their own questions just so they can build a name for themselves. That is just my view of it. Some people just don't like that somebody else has come up with something unique. And instead of actually finding other unique things to bring to the table, you feel like you need to be the one that's hammering down this idea, not to help in any way to actually resolve it. And that's what I've seen. So again, nothing wrong with disagreement. Nothing wrong with, we don't want everybody to be a yes man to agree with everything, but the disagreement has to be constructive.
All right, excellent. Excellent. All right, so I wanted to lay what I laid down and kind of give you all insight, at least make you curious enough to understand why I have my position and my stance that I have, coming here now after taking a break and everything, why I feel this way, why you hear me express myself in the way that I have, because my patience is done. I'm a very patient person. I tolerate a lot. and I welcome the engagement. But to see things go on for year after year after year, done in this way, it's just at some point you just gotta call it what it is. All right. So again, I encourage everyone to get the book. As far as on this topic, if you want to know what Wujao feels about this topic, get the book. Or, well, not or, and in addition to that, go through our archives. I've covered it in we did a video on a Q&A about the book. Even prior to doing the book, I've talked about this even before that. So it's in our archives. We have videos on it, etc., which is shocking. Now, in terms of our archives and our videos, matter of fact, in the show where we did it, right here, like so again, this is the book. Let me make this big. In talking about it, now this is a slide. You know, all these slides that I'm showing y'all are old slides. I didn't create any of this stuff for tonight, but here I actually took a screenshot of our videos, because in these slides right here I'm showing you all is from a live stream we did to let people know about the archives and these different discussions. So we talked about, does the word Tamahu mean Europeans or white people? We talked about the book. See, live Q&A session with the Shemsu Heru research team, which is me, Asar, and Sanjeti. What else? Discussion and review, Diop's, Shekanta Diop's, the Egyptians, his concept of Egyptians being black. Kemet as a toponym in this. Now, mind you, when we did this video was only 2 months old. Now it's years old. All right. So that's how long ago this stuff is. So I hope you all can understand maybe the frustration you hear in my voice sometimes, or even my pain. Y'all have to feel my pain, as they say. I don't think y'all feeling my pain. So we went over video after video. As y'all can see, I took screenshots of a lot of videos, you know, explaining people about that. Now, I had this on the screen. Where was it? I had this on the screen because I'm just going to share with you all the conclusion, which is in the book as well. And I probably should just share the conclusion and read it. But this is a slide that is the final conclusion of what I've been telling people for years now, that the place name Kemet, and I said this when we went live yesterday, the place name Kemet should be, this is what I advocate, and I want y'all to understand why I advocate this. The place name Kemet, and remember, I'm saying place name Kemet. I'm not talking about the adjective that means black. I'm talking about the name of the country, the toponym, the place name Kemet is best to be translated as the riparian country or something to that effect, with riparian being the operative word. Now, I know when I first said this to everyone, or when we introduced it, because I'm not going to take all the credit for it, when me, Asar, and Sanjeti first introduced this, people took a, you know, they had, you know, reservations about it. One, because they never heard the word before until we said it. They're like, riparian, oh, riparian. We even got accused of being a joke with riparian nights. People started calling us riparian nights. And that's just ignorant, childish stuff. But if people take the time to look up the word, this is, you know, an actual real word used among geologists and people in that field of work and study. A riparian, if you look up what it is, everything about a riparian describes and checks all the boxes off for why people named their places what they named them, which is what a toponym is, a place name. Okay. And I give 2 bullets right here, which kind of drive the point home as a riparian. A riparian is related to or situated on the banks of a river. Everything about the ancient Egyptian civilization from its beginning to its fall always have to do with the Nile River. the Happy Itaru, as it's called, the Nile River. Bullet 2, relating to wetlands adjacent to rivers and streams. The ancient Egyptians dug channels, irrigation channels, to expand the river. That was a man-made attempt to expand the river to allow the water to be accessible beyond the banks of the river, further inland. And the combination of the river itself, the natural flooding of the river, and the fertilization of the soil, and then the man-made irrigation channels and canals that were created, all of that wrapped up into one is what created the environment for the ancient Egyptian civilization to thrive. Now, that's just a factual statement about riparian. But here's another reason why it should be advocated, and I would hope that more people jump on board with this. By saying Kemet means the riparian country, and stop saying Kemet means the black land, what you're doing is you're preventing the misunderstanding and for people to hijack the meaning of black land and then start to talk the silly stuff and saying, no, it's referring to black skin. And that's what has occurred. And that's exactly what Sheikh Anta Diop did. He took the scholar's meaning of Kemet, meaning the black land, and he said, okay. He basically used the European scholarship's logic and then reversed it. So he said, hey, you European scholars, you say that Kemet means the black land. And you say that when it has these determinatives on it. But if I can show you the same word with people determinatives on there, then you have to say, instead of saying black land, you have to say black people. And that's how it was hijacked. What I just said is the very thing of how this whole thing happened. So to eliminate anybody from doing that, because that's just wrong, I'm advocating use riparian, because riparian encompasses all of the reasons for naming the country what it is. It checks off all the boxes. Is there presence of water? Yes. Does the water flood? Yes. Is there vegetation? Does it provide the environment for vegetation? Yes. Is it habitable by both humans and animals? Yes. Flora and fauna? Yes. Is it farmable? Yes. Is it fertile? Yes. All of these things encompass that. Repair. That's what a riparian zone is. And to this very day, Egypt, Kenya, Uganda, Sudan, all those countries, and I believe some more even south of that, they're all called riparian countries by geologists in the field of study. To this day, I can show you papers where they say it. They're riparian countries because a river flows through, and that's where the bulk of the people live in Egypt to this very day. Egypt is like 85% desert. It has a huge population, but it's dense. It's condensed right there at the Nile River. Everybody lives in the riparian zone. That's what it is. So that's another plus or reason why I advocate people to use riparian. It's not to say that the Egyptians used the word riparian. We know the word riparian comes from Latin, ripa, which means river, riverbank, or the shore of a river. It's a Latin word, just like Egypt is a Greek, coming from the Greek, Egyptos, which comes from hukapata, etc., etc. So even the word black, we know the Egyptians didn't say B-L-A-C-K, black, or whatever the case is. So those are silly arguments. I had people say, well, the Egyptians didn't use the word riparian. Like, no, duh. The Egyptians didn't use any English word. So don't speak to me. Don't say anything Egyptian in English then. Speak Egyptian to me only, and they can't do it. Shuts them down. That's just silly. So the point here is that what I have advocated, what we've advocated, is that we should be identifying the place name Kemet as the riparian country. This way it steers clear of anybody trying to hijack calling it the black land. Because remember, scholars also said Kemet means the fertile land or fertile country. Now that's even better than black, because you can't hijack that to say, okay, it involves a skin. What are people going to say? It's the fertile skin people. But the moment that you put black in there, now the blackologists are going to hijack that and say, nah, it's talking about the skin color, because of the pushback on racism, white supremacy, and especially scientific racism in early Egyptology. So I understand why it was triggered and why Diop did what he did. But in 2024, as Diop told us to do, we have to advance the information. We have to improve the information, correct the information. And that's what I do. That's what I'm about. Now, when we started this live, I played an audio, and I'm gonna play it again. And I would hope and please, I want y'all to listen to Dr. John Henry Clarke, because it's a sound clip from an interview of Dr. John Henry Clarke, and he's talking about the subject of black identity. And I played it when we came on, and I'm gonna play it again as we when we close down. But I may play it in between, because I want to see you all's reaction. I want to get some feedback from what Dr. Henry Clarke said, because the other day I was on the Garfield channel, and the brother Thunder came on there, and he accused me. And see, Thunder came and approached me. Now I haven't been online for over a year and a half. I've been MIA. I make an appearance, and immediately Thunder takes an adversarial position, or position of conflict with me. I'm like, man, where this coming from? I was accused of betraying the elder scholars, such as Dr. Ben, Dr. Clarke, Dr. George G. Jackson, Dr. Diop. That's what he was accusing me of. But I had to show him from Diop's own words that I'm actually doing what Diop said. And when I play this clip of Dr. John Henry Clarke, you're going to see that I'm in alignment with both Diop and John Henry Clarke. And it's weird that somebody would accuse me of being against it when they're not producing anything, but I could produce these elders' direct words, and I'm in alignment with that 100%. Anyway, so I like I said, I'm not trying to rehash these arguments that we've had that's in the book. I want y'all to get the book and watch the videos, because I talk about the same information in the videos. Now, if somebody has a specific question tonight that I may have to go in a little deeper on, that's fine. Oh, by the way, riparian. Now check this out. While we were being called riparian knights, and people got backlash for riparian. I want y'all to see this. Now this is what I showed. This is an old slide. Now check this out. This is a freeze frame from the ASCAC conference that I was speaking about, that took place in 2019, which is why we wrote the book, right? This is Dr. Mario Beatty's presentation. He was one of the keynote speakers, so he was given a lot of time, which, if this was a debate, that would have been unfair. So don't ever call the ASCAC conference a debate. Don't allow anybody to say it was a debate. That was not a debate. Trust me, it was definitely not a debate. Okay? But during Dr. Mario Beatty's presentation, I want y'all to read the slide. This is his slide now. It says, terms for Egypt in the Old Kingdom. And Beatty points to it and reads it. He says, one of the names for Egypt was Tawi, which means the two lands. He says another name for Egypt is Idebwi, which means what? The two riverbanks. The what? The two riparian lands. I want y'all to repeat after me slow. Dr. Mario Beatty, who the brother Reggie championed and had a problem with us saying riparian, but his mentor, his go-to person is in full alignment with what we're saying. He said one of the names of Egypt is Edebwi, which is the two riverbanks, or the two riparian lands. And then you have Khenu as a third one, which means the residence, which means, comes from a word that means inward, the inward parts, which was the residence. Because remember, Egypt, you have to understand, let me put this picture up. Egypt is mostly desert. And although the king and its people owned all of it, they really only lived where you see the green right here, where you close to the Nile. And so what they call Khenu, the inward part, it fits. It's appropriate because even though they owned all of this, including the desert, they lived in the inward part. So they called that the residence, or Khenu is the word in the language. And they divided their land into 2 by 2. And I'm gonna drive this point home until y'all get it. 2 by 2. There's an inward concept and an outward. Then there's an upper and lower. And they were fully aware. They fully conceptualized this. The inward part was called Kemet. The outer part over here, the barren part, was called Deshret. The lower part, which is upper on our maps, was called Ta Mehu. The word Mehu or Meh, it means to be submerged, to like drown. Even alligators, there's a crocodile deity that's called Meh, because alligators submerge themselves right below the surface of the water. And so that word Ta Mehu, it reflects the fact that the Egyptians knew that this whole area right here was at sea level. That's why it was swampy, or it was plentiful with water and so on and so forth. That's why it's green and it fans out like a triangle. So the Greeks called it delta. That's where we get the word delta from, which is a triangle. But as you come upstream or move down on the map, everything gets narrow and narrow. By the time you get down here, it's real narrow. And they call this area Ta Shema'u. And so you have the region of Mehu and the region of Shema'u. Shema'u. And so those two Tas become Tawi. Tawi is a word that's a masculine dual. The two lands. That's why when you hear people say the two lands, that's what they're talking about. The two regions, be it upper or lower or inner and outer. That's what I mean by 2 by 2. It's either Kemet versus Deshret or Ta Mehu versus Ta Shema'u. And you even have another duality set. Ta Meri versus Ta Seti. Y'all see how they did that? That's how they envisioned their environment and the place they lived at. And I hope that people understand that. Like I said, I'm not, unless somebody, ask a question, whatever, to dive in. But I definitely have to show that, because Mario Beatty, people, and this is the thing, people use scholars as weapons in the shenanigans, and we got to stop doing that, because the scholars really don't appreciate that. That's why even right now, as far as what I can tell, and maybe somebody knows better than me, but I was trying to catch up on some videos. I saw that the brother Garfield interviewed a couple of scholars. I seen some other channels that interviewed some scholars, and then all of a sudden the videos vanish. And from what I'm hearing, the scholars, or a scholar, or more than one, they didn't appreciate how they were being used as weapons in all this ratchet shenanigans. And that's totally unprofessional. See, you'll never hear me say that I have to clean up videos on my channel before I bring on scholars and stuff like that. I don't have to do that. There's nothing to clean up, because you want to maintain a level of good character and professionalism at all times anyway, just as human beings, especially adult. Like, with children, we can act up and cut up. That's granted. But people in their 40s and 50s, come on now. Anyway, I just wanted to share that. And last thing I want to share, then I'm gonna open it up. Like I said, bear with me. I can't see the chat right now, but I want y'all to bear with me. Last thing I want to share with y'all is that this entire endeavor, this research endeavor, is a linguistic one. Because whenever you talk about the meaning of something, remember, meaning is talking about semantics. The word semantics means meaning. And so, under the umbrella of linguistics, the general linguistic field, there's a field of semantics. There's semantics, pragmatics, there's etymology, and so on and so forth. This endeavor is a linguistic endeavor. And so if you want to jump on board and be a part of the investigation, or even if you have something in opposition of what you think is being said, you're going to have to be grounded in different linguistic tools and skills. There's no way around that. And I'll show this slide here is that because this is involving etymology and meaning, I'm going to share this, read this quote out of this text here. It's called the Continuum Companion to Historical Linguistics. All right. The big difference between Socrates' approach and a modern etymology is that nowadays one tries to argue systematically in all strata, in phonology, morphology, and in semantics and pragmatics, and also extra-linguistically in philology and culture. One also takes into account historical developments. If one, and this is bold in red, if one wants to be a productive and successful expert in etymology, one has to thoroughly study all areas mentioned. Y'all get that? So if you're not interested in this, then sit it out. Just be on the sideline and enjoy the information as it comes. Don't try to jump on and try to argue. At least not with me. My patience on this issue with dealing with that kind of behavior is done. It's gone. But if you are one who's interested in this, this is what we encourage you to do. You have to pick up at least fundamental skills or knowledge about phonology, morphology, semantics, pragmatics, philology, culture, and the historical developments concerning Egypt, its language, and its culture. That's the only way you're going to be able to really, really get down. And so I just wanted to share that. And again, here are the 6 focal areas of etymology: phonology, morphology, semantics, pragmatics, philology, history, and culture and history as the 6th one. All right. So I think I've said enough just to kind of reorientate it. Hopefully y'all have an understanding. And I'm sure there's, people still going to say something about whatever. So I'm going to open up the panel and start paying attention to the chat. So again, I apologize. I haven't been paying attention to the chat, and I know how the chat can get. I know that the chat can, start growing legs on its own. So y'all probably argue with each other right now in the chat. So let me go ahead and open it up and post this link. Give me 1 second here. Now I'm opening it up. But what I'm interested in, if any of you guys come on the panel, what I'm interested in is just give me a summary of what's been going on in the past 2 years through the lens of what I just discussed tonight. Do you recognize the ghost arguments? Do you recognize the straw man? Do you understand now how the conversation has definitely just gotten out of hand? And how people are arguing against things that's never been mentioned, only to give the appearance that they're winning something and doing something. Okay, so here's the link right there. And I'm gonna see if there's a way I could pin the link. Can I pin it? Nope, can't do it right there. Anyway, the link is there, but I'm gonna try to pin it. Give me a moment to try to pin it so it'll be up top. All right, there we go. It should be pinned. All right, so the floor is open. I'm not going to It's not gonna be an all nighter. So when you come in, try to be concise as you can be. And if you do have a question, I have to explain something. I'm gonna point you to where I already explained it, unless it's something I can explain real quick. So we have Patah. So peace, Patah. Peace,
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 Patah.
peace.
Peaceful, y'all. This is Patah. This is Brother Patah.
Oh, Shesmu. All right, all right. Shesmu Patah. All right.
Yes,
Hotep.
sir. Hotep, Saber. I only have two questions. I don't even want to talk about the past. Somebody
All
else can
right.
talk about the past. Because I'm about the future and I like building.
Okay. Great. 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 Great.
One question. Um, the
Mm-hmm.
way I'm familiar with the culture. I'm familiar with the history.
Really? Now let me start. Go ahead.
Ah, see, there you go.
Now go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
So those aspects that you spoke about, and may not be as adept in some of the aspects that you spoke about, but I do have familiarity with the majority of them.
All right.
So my first question is my understanding, because as you and Asar taught me, as I sat in your classes, and then that as riparian grew and became a book, I basically took it, since I was a young learner, took it as what it was, what I was being taught.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in looking over the works, to me, it seems like the riparian portion would be more like rivers or canals that come off of uh, the Nile River in Tawi, basically in Tamari. And that would I can't see. Help me see where the Kemet, the I6, the bread loaf, and or the phonetic complement, the M bird, the owl, and then the canal glyph, which we're getting riparian from. Help me understand how that is the whole Tashamau. That's question number one. But I'll let you break that one down first, and then I'll ask the second question.
Okay. If I understand what you're saying correctly, um, your last word you mentioned was Tashamao. Remember, Tashamao is Upper Egypt. By
I mean
that's it.
Tamehu. I meant to say Tamehu. I meant to say
Okay.
Tamehu.
Well, Tamehu
I'm not.
is
I'm
lower.
trying. I meant to say Tawi.
Okay, Tawi. All right. No, no, it's all good. It's all good. That's why we here. That's why we here. Okay. So Tawi. Now, um, so the short and skinny is that's not what I'm saying. That's like your question is not reflecting what I said, because or dealing with riparian. I'm gonna tell you why. Because the riparian zone would be strictly Kemet in a strict sense. So let me just put the map back on the screen
Parse
so
that for
I can explain it.
yeah. Parse that
Cause
for me.
yep, hold
It's
up. Let me find the map. Boy, I have this map everywhere except for when I need it. All right, here we go. So
because let
this
me
is
interject real quick because you said you posted stating that the original post. Help me if I'm mischaracterizing it. It said um word Kemet is not well. Definitely, I think it said something about not being black, but then um
hey, you're breaking up pretty bad though.
oh, is it okay? But go ahead with my. If you heard the first part, go ahead with the first part.
Yeah, so let me just explain this to you because I appreciate you asking because it's gonna give me a chance to explain because I don't want because any if anybody misunderstood the same way you did. So now Tawi being the whole territory. Now, so remember the map I'm showing you now, with the exception of the Persian Gulf. I mean, not the Persian Gulf. Was it Red Sea or whatever, and the canal, and you see a little bit of Saudi Arabia or whatever. But exception that, like, everybody knows what Egypt looks like on a map. This is what I have as a overhead satellite picture. So the point here is that the entire territory of Egypt, its full possession is not all technically Kemet in a technical sense, because the Egyptians had the wherewithal to split their possessions into two dichotomies, two sets, and they had several of these two sets. So that's what I named. One such set is Kemet versus Desheret. So the Kemet part of that dichotomy is the inner part where you see green on my picture that I'm showing you. The river, that's the Nile River itself and its banks.
Right. Can we pin right there? Pause right there for a second.
Yeah.
So you said Deshret and Kemet.
Yes.
Now, wouldn't put that in chronological context?
Okay.
No, I'm asking. Wouldn't we have to put that in chronological context? Now, the Deshret is probably older than Kemet, but wouldn't we have to put?
It's not.
No. Okay. Can you validate that?
Sure. So when you mention chronology, I'm gonna safely assume you're talking about Kemet and Kemet's use in starting at the 11th dynasty. Am I right? Okay. Right. Now, how did I know that? You ain't even say that, but I knew that. Okay, so here's the thing.
For the information.
Okay, here's the thing. In the 11th dynasty, and follow me with this, in the 11th dynasty, the ancient Egyptians took a narrow scope meaning of Kemet, and they broadened it to name the entire possession Kemet. And that's why I'm wording this carefully. I'm choosing my words carefully. Technically, or in a strict sense, the entire country of Kemet is not Kemet, technically. But it became known as its entirety as Kemet, starting in the 11th dynasty. So at all times, you had different Kemets within Kemet, if that makes sense.
Okay, hold on. Because I'm getting a little... So you said in the 11th dynasty, the nation of Kemet began to be called Kemet. So no longer Kemet and Deshret. It's the whole of the nation.
No. It didn't come about and then do away with the rest of the names. That was an added name, and that was a prominent name, but the other name still existed and was still in use as well.
Okay. So
Tawi is used all throughout Egypt's 33,000 plus years existence, right. You know, and so on and so forth. So I don't want anybody to think that in the 11th dynasty they took a pencil eraser, erased all the other names, and then just stuck Kemet there. Nah, that's not how that works.
Right.
It just that became a prominent name starting in the 11th dynasty. Moving, forward. So it's no different than what the Greeks did with the word Egyptos or Egypt that we say now. Right. What the Greeks did, they took a very narrow location, a temple, Hut Ka Ptah, which was located in a locality called Men Nefer, which the Greeks called Memphis. They took that smaller, narrow location, and then they used that and broadened it and called the whole country Egyptos.
Right.
So the Greeks did it too.
Right.
So the Egyptians took the narrow strip of riparian zone that hugged up against the Nile, which was part of the Wajeb, which is another word for riverbank and riparian, and then Idebwi. They took all of that and they broadened and said, hey, the whole country, or our perception of our home and all of our possessions, is Kemet. So in 11th dynasty, they started calling the entire country, Kemet.
One more thing. So Tamari was still a thing at that time too, correct?
Around the same time. That's when you hear a prominence of the phrase Tamari as well. Yeah.
because if I'm not mistaken, in the readings, and the attestations, sometimes Kemet was thrown out of Mary. Am I right
What do
on
you
that?
what do you mean thrown out?
Like
What do you mean?
separate, like either they couldn't control Kemet, the area that was considered Kemet, and because sometimes the Nuit symbol would be in there, then sometimes there would be two Nuit symbols with Mary, and sometimes it wouldn't. And they even have writings where it says, they had problems with Kemet.
Nah, I mean not in the sense of throwing out. You can't throw out. I mean it's an impossibility. That's like
I
picking
mean,
up the river and throwing. You saying picking up the river and throwing it out? Like how
when, when
how
I
you
when I
do
mean
that?
when I mean thrown out, meaning separate. Those people that were in that area
Uh huh.
were beefing, or there was a problem with the community between
Right.
those people that were in. They consider themselves in Mary.
No, I mean the inner conflicts, especially during the intermediate periods, like if you're talking about Ahmos and Kathmos and them driving a famous conflict of driving somebody out from when Kemet when ancient Egypt split again and was less unified, so to speak, and the South rose up again and kind of consumed the North again and united everybody again. It happened a few times. It happened,
Right.
during Taharka and Pianki and those days, and then even before with Ahmos and Kathmos and so on, and Mentu Hotep. But at no point was somebody throwing out Kemet, though. I don't know where you getting that from.
I'll
That
pull
that 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 doesn't make sense.
I'll pull it up for you one day, but I'm
Okay,
chilling.
because maybe you're saying it. You got to show me because I'm not the way
Right.
you're saying it doesn't make sense.
Right, may not. Yeah. So let me get it straight before you continue. So we have
All right.
Veshret, we have Kemet, we have Tawi, then we have Tashamau, Tahenu,
Nope,
um
nope, not Tahenu, Shemau and Mehu.
Tamehu.
Yeah.
Tahenu would be the people, I guess, instead of the region. Ta
Nah,
Ta.
no. When you say Ta is a word that denotes a geographical space. It's a spatial. It's a term that means people like to translate it as land, but it also means region. Like it's a whole region. It's just their concept of an area of space.
Right.
So the Egyptians conceptualized their possession, their land that they owned, that was under the dominion of the king. They always perceived it to be two things under one. Two
So
things.
Tahenu didn't exist. Tahenu.
Now you have to show it to me because the way you're saying it, I don't. I'm not. You have to
All
show
right.
me that
We'll
Tahenu
we'll table that for another
because
discussion.
it sounds like you're saying you mean Khenu. Khenu means the residence, and that was one of the names of ancient Egypt as well.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we those are the I think that we know of the regions, or the names of that area that has been called. So
Yeah. So now let me pick up where I left off because you told me to put a pin and pause. So I don't want to lose the answer when I'm
right,
answering your original question. So
exactly.
here's the thing. The repair if I mean I don't want to have to read the definition of riparian, but I will if I need to. But a riparian zone, like if you look use this map, the riparian zone is strictly where you see this green. All right, where you see the green. But
So
Egypt is bigger in terms of mileage, square mileage, and everything. Egypt is bigger than its riparian zone. So the riparian zone is inside of Egypt.
with this map, what I see green is south and to the right of the Nile Valley. That you talk about over there near between the river and the Red Sea. Is that the green you're talking about?
Wait, let me get an arrow because maybe you can't see my cursor. So everything you see green here, you see this triangular shape and it's coming down. This is a satellite picture, by the way. So it's showing you that this is the Nile, but it's
Right.
it's it's the Nile and and the land that's butted up against the Nile. So it's not like strictly the Nile, because obviously people live here. Like this triangle is not a solid water. That's not like all water there. So the point here is that everything you see here that I'm pointing to would be considered the riparian zone by definition from its coinage in Latin all the way up to its use today. It didn't change. It deals with the banks of a river. It deals with a zone of habitable land that's allows for vegetation to thrive and to be inhabited by animals and humans, flora and fauna.
So can you
Okay,
read? For clarity, can you read that definition for riparian? And then I
for
guess the definition for zone as well. Riparian first, and then zone.
okay. Let me see if I have it on a slide first before I switch my screen over.
Okay. Or we could. Or I
Let me
trust.
no. Let me just show you. Let me just show you some images first, and I'll go to the definition. I'll pull it up and share my screen. I was hoping that you could do that, but I'll do that. But here's a picture of a riparian zone, and riparian zones are required to have water. Okay, water is what makes a riparian zone, and we know that the Egyptian civilization is all about the Itaru, the river. Without that river, there would be no Egypt. So it starts with water. What the water does to the environment creates this zone, this habitable zone for flora and fauna, humans and animals alike, et cetera, to thrive and to live and to survive. Okay, and it happens over time because of the perpetual or consistent access to water. This is why even when it rains in the desert, you don't get this type of zone. They don't call that a riparian because it's not continual access to water that provides whatever these areas need to thrive. Just like I said last night, the Earth is the third planet from the sun. Life exists on Earth because of its position in relationship to the sun and all this other kind of stuff. It's that Goldilocks zone. So a riparian zone is like a Goldilocks zone, but in relationship to a river instead of the sun, like the Earth is.
Now
So
with the riparian glyph, what you taught me was that glyph with the two lines above and below, and which are horizontal, and they're a little longer than the two lines that are uh, vertical that connect left and right.
are you talking about the irrigation channel glyph?
Well,
You
I
talking
thought
about
that
this? Are you talking about like this glyph right here that I'm pointing to right here?
I can't really see it because the live and the time is over it. Let me see. Yeah, I can't move that out the way. I can't see.
Okay.
Move it. Are you able to move it down? I can't see it.
All right. Let me move this.
Shift it. Let me see if I turn my
Can you see it? I'll
oh,
make it big for you.
yeah, I see it. I turn my phone. I can see it. Yes.
You can see
Yes.
it. This one
Yes.
right here. This glyph right here. I can't make it any bigger than that.
That is it. That is it. Yeah, and if I'm not
That's an
mistaken,
irrigate.
yeah,
That's a
I would-
glyph.
we call it.
That's a toponymic determinative, and it's referring to the glyph itself represents irrigation channel.
Would be
So
would be
going
wrong
with
though.
you,
That's what you taught me.
huh?
Would canal calling that a canal glyph? Would that be incorrect?
No, there's another glyph that's more fitting to be called a canal. It's in the same grouping. It looks similar, but it's not this glyph. But
Okay.
I don't. But back to the point though. Let me go back to my picture because you wanted me to read the definition of riparian, and I think people need to look. People need to look at it because I've gone over this many times. I'm just gonna show these pictures. So here's another picture of a riparian zone. So if you notice on the right hand side, you have a depression. Then you have what's called the upland, and this forms a valley. Any valley that in the depression of the valley it involves water, it produces a riparian zone. Okay, I want everybody to understand that it's a riparian zone. And so here's the aquatic area, which is the water itself. Then you have the riparian zone, which is things that are grown or allowed to grow and thrive because of the water and what it does to the environment. Then you have the upland, usually hills, and it's usually more elevated than the depression of where the land is. which is obvious. So every river is lower than its banks by its very nature. If it's not lower than the banks, then it's not going to be banks. It's going to be part of the river. It's going to form a lake instead of a river. All right. So that's what a riparian is. And let's see what else I got here. Here's another picture of the riparian area. So you have grass, brush, cottonwoods, birch, aspen, spruce, willows. Just example of what grows in a riparian zone. So anyway, back to this picture here. Again, to your original question, the the riparian zone is where everybody lived at. If I show you this map right here, for example, this is the map I always share. I've been sharing this for years, right? On this map, it shows you where all 42 gnomes are. And for those who don't know what a gnome is, it was a place where a population congregated and lived. Basically, a city. Okay, village, city, town, however you want to, whatever flavor you want to put on it. But this is an image of all 42 gnomes. And I want y'all to take note that all 42 of these gnomes, all of them, are within the riparian zone. They're next to the Nile or in a tributary coming off of the Nile, like here in the Delta. So in Lower Egypt, you have the how many? You have 20 gnomes in Lower Egypt, and you have 22 in Upper Egypt. You have the gnome of the white walls, the foreleg, the gnome of the west, the gnome of the southern shield, et cetera, and they're numbered here. And all these circles here, like I'm pointing my arrow here, all these circles you hear with the numbers, see with the numbers in them are towns or cities where people lived. Nobody was trying to live out here in the desert.
Now, upper, not to cut you, but upper would be down in the south, right? And lower,
Yes.
I see lower right there. Okay, so that'd be in the north. Okay.
And the reason for that is by lower, they're talking about level of terrain, not up and down as in space, but lower as in it's actually lower going out into sea level.
Right.
Okay, lower altitude.
Yeah, down the mountain.
Right. So back to what I'm saying. Everybody in Egypt lived in Egypt's riparian zone, the Kemet of it. Nobody was trying to live out there in the Deseret part of Egypt. The people that lived out there in the Deseret or the desert areas were usually soldiers stationed at outposts or for mining purposes and expeditions and things like that. Nobody was trying to build a house with a white picket fence and have a family out there in the desert. We just got to keep it real. Everybody was living next to the Nile.
Now they did have oases, and weren't there desert dwellers like red people living in the desert?
Yeah, but that. If you compare population to that, that's very, very, very small. That's why I said nobody was trying to live like that.
Right, right. I
Nobody was
agree.
trying to live out there. I'm not saying nobody live in the desert ever. That's what I'm saying. I don't want anybody to take my words to off on some extreme BS. The preferred area, if let's just say Egypt had a population of 10 million people, 9,900,000 of those people lived along the river. About 1,000 people may have been scattered out there in the desert somewhere doing whatever they were doing.
I rock with that.
Nobody was trying to. Usually, if they lived out there in the desert, they were doing a job. They were part of some military expedition or protection or stationed at some outpost to
Mining.
protect and guard or mine. Exactly.
Ujawu.
There wasn't no farming out there in the desert, boy. You ain't get that farming out there. But go ahead, Asar.
All right, we can. Well, first and foremost, this restream keeps kicking me out. So if I fall out, I'll just keep coming in. Um,
It's a
this
conspiracy, man. See, it just kicked him out. Dang.
Sorry.
Hey, I guess
Good
he's
evening.
about to start.
And
He's about to start. But
good night.
let me just finish. Let me just finish because I don't because Shesmu, you came in and hogged the mic, man. So let me just finish my
Yeah.
point. Because I want to get to we got Cedric and Sosa in here, and then Asar will come back. But my point though is that the the strict riparian part of Egypt is a part of Egypt. It's its possession. The riparian zone does not cover the entire territory of Egypt. No different than Kemet. Kemet never covered the entire area. Kemet and the riparian zone are synonymous. The Deseret is the desert. That's not the riparian zone, and it's not Kemet in a technical sense. But as I said, in the 11th dynasty, they simply started calling the entire country Kemet, even though it technically was not a Kemet type of land. The entire country is not a Kemet type of land. And how you know that is if you take the dictionaries that say Kemet means fertile land, that's opposite of the infertile land of that Deseret. So even if people get stuck on that definition, we know that Kemet and Deseret cannot exist at the same time physically. You can't have fertile and infertile land in the same spot at the same time. That's just stupid. So Kemet as a type of land was never all of Egypt, but it became its name. It became a proper name in the 11th dynasty during that time.
Quick question.
All
Yeah.
right, I see we got Asar. Hold on, let Asar speak while he is connected though, and I'll come right back because I know he said he get kicked out. Asar, you there? Yeah, he's having issues, boy. I don't know what it is, but go ahead.
Ask just real quick before you get to the second question. So before the 11th dynasty, there was a toponym called Kemet.
Yes, but it was narrow. It was for the 10th nome called Kemet Weret, also AKA Kem Where, and also known as Kemet for short. And this is what I showed years ago, and that was the recent videos that people played where people tried to debate or argue with me on that, and it was really sad just to show them in all these different.
Yeah, I don't want to rehash that. So from my studies, since you've gone, Kemware, meaning the big black, I kind of compare that to, like, you know how DC we have the White House, the government, and then you have Camp David, because I believe Imhotep may have been born there. We have another at least one other pharaoh that was born at Kemware, and I look at that as like an island that was controlled by the pharaohs. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't, because
Okay.
it's one of the gnomes. It was 10th gnome, and all the gnomes were important, which is why they had these standards and everything like that. So it wasn't like an island or anything like that. It was in Lower Egypt
So
where
Kemware
it was.
Kemware is the 10th gnome, not Elephantine, but Kemware is the 10th gnome.
Kemware is the 10th
Or
gnome.
here.
Elephantine is way down south. That's in Upper Egypt. That's at the border. That's you're going to totally opposite directions.
Okay.
Kemware, I can show you where Kemware is. Let me make my map big real quick, and then I see Asar came back. I'm trying to rectify what he's having issue, but I'm a point. Where's my arrow? I'm gonna point my arrow to the 10th gnome. You see the 10th gnome right there? Everybody can see my arrow right there. That's the 10th gnome right there. Is smack dab at almost at the apex of the triangle called the delta.
And that's Kemware?
Yes, that's the 10th gnome.
I don't see where it says that, but okay.
Wait, if you don't see it, I'm gonna point to it over here on the right hand side, because that's why we're here. I'm not trying to confuse anybody. Right there, you see it says 10th gnome. Kim where right there, the 10th nome, they have it as black ox on this map. But I'm just showing you. Say you don't see it, and I'm showing it to you
Thought,
right there.
thought
10th gnome. These are the gnomes of Lower Egypt. You see that title right there? You go on down from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10. 10
oh,
is the gnome of known as Kemware, but it was known as several different names. Kemet Weret, which is to put it. If you put a T on each of that, you put the T on Kim and T on the WR. That's what I'm saying. Kemet Weret. Then you have Kimware. Then you have just Kemet. It was also just called Kemet for short. And in that gnome, by the way, in that gnome, there was a famous prominent temple called Hut Heri Ib. And it was that temple that what the Greeks did, just like they did Hut Ka Ptah and changed that into Aegyptos. They did the same thing with Hut Heri Ib and changed that to Athribis. That's where you get Athribis. So in the 10th gnome was Athribis. And Athribis was known as Kemet, and that's where you get the word Kemetiyu, those who dwell in Athribis. And again, we have all this stuff in the book.
okay. No, that's clear. And I just want to ask my last question, and I'll get out the chat.
Hold on. Let's round back. Let's round back because that one question was way long. Just to be fair. Hope you understand that. Let me get Cedric in and Sosa in, if you don't mind.
Go right ahead.
All right. Peace to Cedric and Sosa. I'm not sure which one of you guys were first up, but
Cedric was there.
okay. What's going on,
Peace
Cedric?
to you, though, Wujao. Go ahead.
Peace, Emiket. Peace, Wujao. That
Peace,
what
peace.
you just did was an excellent display of your patience. First, let me say the teacher does not appear before the students already, and the last 2 years that was necessary to understand what you were saying, and I appreciate your patience and elaborating on what riparian zone means, and you took away my opportunity to actually explain that I understood what you were saying. I was going to ask a
Oh,
question
okay.
of are there 42 gnomes? So, and these gnomes all have names. So Kemet, just like the Sharet, the red land, the black land, the desert, the riparian zone. I get it. Thank you. I appreciate it. There's nothing much to say other than yeah, every point you made. Um, when I've said the things independently and to have them confirm straw man arguments, we call them ghost arguments. Yes, taking us
Yep.
down red herring, um, um, false claims, anachronistic arguments. We've been through the ringer, which was necessary to fully understand this conversation. So yes, there is no contention with the use of riparian zone, and every argument you made was sound. It fit the actual context. We have precedents, and it clears up the confusion. Like I said once upon a time, if Kemet meant Greenland, we would not be in this position. So I appreciate it. Not much to say.
I just want to throw my question out there, and I'm gonna leave. Um, Ta 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 Shamahu, Ta Shamahu, and Kemet. Can you explain how those two contrast each other? And I'm out.
Okay. Yeah. Shemao doesn't contrast with Kemet. What contrasts with Kemet is Desheret. So remember, Kemet and Desheret go together as a dichotomy. Tamehu and Tashemau go together as a dichotomy. Then you have Tameri and Taseti go together as a dichotomy. Okay,
Oh,
so
I,
so don't you can't
I,
do apples and oranges. So
I,
listen, there's
I made
there's an
I made a mistake.
there,
Before I leave, I
oh,
want so it was Tom Mary and Tassetti. Can you tell me how those two contrast each other? Tom Mary and
yeah,
Tassetti.
Taseti was in the south, Tamari was in the north of Taseti. It's just that simple.
At the
Everybody know
same.
Taseti was the land, they translate it as the land of the bow, and that's the southern region. And then you have Tamari, which was above that.
At the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, like the names themselves existed at the same time.
No, Taseti appears formally before Tamari does.
Okay. All right. That was it for me.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Thanks. Did you? I tried to find your name on something and send something. You get that?
Oh no, not yet. I saw you said check something out, but I haven't
No,
had a
no.
chance.
Talking about something else. Like Cash App. I sent you a Cash
Oh, I don't know.
App. Did I
Not
send
that
it
I
to the
know.
right?
It. Boy, you done made somebody else happy. I don't. Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
You sent it to
Yeah,
Wujao because my name was Wujao. It like I don't advertise Cash App or anything,
Well,
but
I
if
must.
anybody, yeah, my name is Wujao. If
Somebody
you type in Wujao,
send me.
you'll
Send
find
me.
me.
appreciate the love, Sheshman.
Send me your
Hey,
Cash App.
All right, I do that. I do that, Shazmu. No problem. And I appreciate it.
Peace.
Definitely.
hey,
All
you know
right,
what?
Sosa, what's going on? What's
Well,
going on, Sosa?
I keep getting caught in the riparian argument, but I you got to pull. I'm gonna go live tomorrow. You got to pull it to my show because I got questions about what I'm saying, the people giving explanations about the Kim on in the names and particularly the Kim and the Nubian and the Kim with Nubians in that. I think it's the 18th dynasty. We during the time of like what's the name? Guy name Mary Hepra. You
Mm.
see, right? Was that what dynasty is that? Like the 18th or so?
You talking about Murder Patah?
No,
You
I
talking
think
about
his
that?
name. I think it's Mahepra.
Oh,
It's like
Mal Hepri.
Mahepra. Yeah.
Okay. The one
Was
with
that 18?
the papyrus that he's real dark and everybody use that. The
Yeah,
blackologists like to use that. Yeah, I know.
yeah. And then during that time, there was like some Nubian viceroy that had like the names. They had Kim in the name, right? And they had even I think Montu Hotel had his wife was named like Kim Set or something like that.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Right. So I wanna talk about that. I'm writing questions now, so we can do it on the show. All right, but I will get back to the repairing land. This is what I want to know from the repairing land argument, right?
Okay.
Um, the wetness, right? And it comes to like wetness making things dark. Is that I'm familiar with that coming out of Greek thought, right? And Plutarch, but you're saying that the Egyptian also had that same type of concept with the wet means dark.
What I'm saying is, yeah, like you rightfully said, Plutarch, and that's where a lot of people get the chemi and the eye, the pupil,
Yeah.
and all of that stuff. Asar did a good job explaining that. That's why on here I'm being very brief and concise, but I definitely encourage people to get our 2019 text, and then everybody should know by now. Asar wrote a whole book expounding on all that, and he really went in on the whole eye thing and Plutarch and the whole thing. But just to get to what you're saying is that in the psyche of a lot of indigenous communities, that, I mean, even with us today, what I was saying was there is an association between wetness and darkness. There's a natural association. We still have it to this very day. There's a natural association, and we can perfectly understand why that association is there. These are observable experiences that we all have. And so the examples I gave even the other day that I always give is like you take any color T-shirt when it's dry and you dip it in water, soak it in water, you pull it back out. No matter what color it was when it's dry, it's still that same color, but it's darker. So if you have a red dry shirt, you put it in water, it comes out darker red. And in reverse, I was saying that a natural phenomenon is even in a clear, sunny daytime, if the clouds come rolling in, you got different types of clouds. You got the cumulus clouds and all that stuff. But when those thunder clouds come in before it rains, they are dark. So there's a natural association with darkness and the presence of water. And so in the ancients' mind, their how they describe their environment and the way that language works for ancient people they use a phenomenon that we now call paronymy for a lot of different words, for a lot of different words. And so there's a lot of associations of words with each other based on them sounding alike. Now, today, we don't know exactly how the ancient Egyptian words sound, even though that's something being worked on. But when we say Kemet, we say Ma'at, we say all these different words, that's not how the ancient Egyptians pronounced these words. But in their mind, they took similar sounding words, and you can appreciate this because they didn't have dictionaries. They had to memorize their whole language. And they would combine these words in similar concepts or similar sounds called paronymy, and so you may have some of that going on. And they use colors to categorize things. So the dryness, the inaccessibility to water, and so on and so forth, in the desert was associated with red, the red one, Satuk. The fertility, the fertileness, and the fructification of the land and habitable areas and stuff like that, they associated with Usir. And you know, Usir and Satuk were enemies of one another. You have these two different areas, so a lot of things match up and line up with that.
All right, all right. So in terms of okay, so when we look at, I think it's some of the contention. So when we look at those glyphs, when we that glyph for what people say the Black Land or the people of uh, Egypt or that which is black, like the other PhD said. So when you take the riparian argument, does it change like Medew in a sense, instead of saying the people of, does it still, would that still be the people of Egypt, or would it still be the people of the riparian zone? Like, would that go into play in other aspects as well?
If okay, all you're doing is word equation. If Egypt, I mean Egypt is Egypt. If Kemet, if you set up a equation, if Kemet equals
Right.
the
Kemet
riparian
equals
country,
Egypt. Right.
right? If Egypt equals Kemet and Kemet equals the riparian country, then whenever you talk about the people, you're saying the people of Egypt or the people of Kemet or the people of the riparian country. It's the
Right.
same thing.
But because I think I think some of the arguments would the contention be like when you watch one scholar what he said Kemet means basically that which is black, this abstract blackness, right? So he retranslated it as the people of that which is black. But that wouldn't fall with the preparing argument because it would be the people of the riparian zone, right? Because it would take away the whole blackness from all aspects of that, right?
No, no. What I'm
Because it can't
saying
be the
is
people of that which is black.
no. Listen, black people got to get off the literal aspect of black. These are like semantic extensions. If like the desert is not red.
Got it.
It's not literally red,
Got it.
but there's an association, the red one and red, as a category. Remember, colors are used as ontological categories, labels. We do it today. Like everything
No, I got it.
healthy.
I got it. So like the Kim could be that arable land, basically. It doesn't have to be the blackness. It just refers to that same. And you're saying the riparian zone argument just fits into the same box. In other words.
Yeah. So what I encourage you and everybody else to just do a little digging on toponymy, what toponymists do, and they study different cultures' way of naming their where they domicile at. They name their places, and they're gonna name it based on various different factors, all in one. It's not just one thing. So to even say black land, that's very shallow and narrow. That's why I'm saying we advocate riparian because it's all encompassing.
Yeah.
It
I got the argument. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it.
right. No, but I'm saying the scholars are saying the same thing. Matter of fact, I saw a video that of an interview, a clip at least of the scholar. I think Uncle Garfield was interviewing,
Which
and
one? Which one?
yeah, I
A
forgot which
lady?
one.
A lady? Lady?
I believe it was a lady, and she said the same thing. I think somebody asked her a question, and she said the same thing. She said they took the narrowness of Kemet and then made it the name for the whole. She said the smaller for the whole. She said something to that effect. I don't even know if that video's still up. I think that's one of the ones that got taken down.
Must be Camilla DiBiase then.
But but the point is that you're describing something. When you say riparian, you're within that word immediately you know exactly what is all being described. If I say riparian land, and if I say black land, the black land falls way short.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. Because it's just giving a donation of the color, necessarily not giving it its total function. I get what you're saying. I
Hold
get
on,
that.
this is trying to get a Sar. Boy, Sar is struggling because I know he had a point to make.
Yo, because
Yeah,
it's
go
going to
ahead.
kick me out again.
All right, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna call you, and I'm just gonna guide you. You're just gonna have to do my presentation. Off the
All
rip.
right, go ahead.
Hey, hold up. Sorry, don't go nowhere, sorry, please, because I've been trying to call you 1,000 times. You and Wujaru, and y'all ain't picked up yet. But I need y'all here 1 second.
All right, yeah,
Sorry, gone.
no,
Can't stay on.
no, but he's having connection issues.
Oh.
So he's trying to be here, but he has a connection issue. So he says he's gonna call me on the phone,
Okay.
and I guess I'll relay what he's saying. So, but anyway, so what I was saying. So hopefully, I don't know if I answered.
Yeah. I got it. Like I said, I get it. I'm
All right,
not
so let me see how this is gonna work out. I'm gonna be the operator for Asar Motep. This is my new job.
You might as well put him on speaker or something. Yeah.
Hold up, wait. I'm hold up. I'm gonna put you on speaker and see. Y'all tell me if y'all can hear him. Give me a second. So let me see if this
By
gonna
all
work.
means necessary.
Nah,
Goodness gracious.
I can hear him. Like he calling.
All right, now go ahead. I got to call him back.
I saw calling from the jail.
Oh man. And let me say this, Miguel. Understanding the whole argument and everything that has been going on, for people who, one of my pet peeves is hearing, it's just a theory. I can actually sympathize sympathize with you now, because I've been pulling my hair out trying to figure out, and I've been saying that these are straw man arguments. No one is making that claim. So what if you find someone named Pepe the Black? All these arguments made no sense whatsoever to connect this phenomena to skin. So that was completely ludicrous. So to have this realistic
Okay, yeah.
of an is
I'm sorry,
much,
Cedric.
much
Real
better.
quick, I got Asar right here.
Go ahead.
Asar, talk. Let me and y'all let me know if y'all can hear him. If y'all can hear him fine, then he can rock out. If not, then we had to probably do a show tomorrow, man. But go ahead.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear him.
Yeah.
It could be higher, but it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, they can hear you. It's they can hear you. Go ahead. Just go ahead.
All right. So since I'm not able to connect, you're going to have to kind of follow my instructions, and you share your screen for these things, right?
Okay. As long as you send me the send me a link or whatever. Yeah, go ahead.
Alrighty. Can you see I tried to share a link in the private chat where I was on for a second.
The Gardner list?
This one.
Yes.
Okay.
Right? Mm-hmm. So you're going to scroll all the way down to the land glyphs, right? Basically, you're going to go to where N20, N21, N23, etc. is.
All right, I am there right now. Yep.
Alrighty. So I want you to pull up your screen and show the audience the word Kemet with the N23 classifier.
Okay, now that's gonna be hard for me to switch back and forth. Wait a minute, let me do this. Give me a second here. All right, just so that everyone can see it. Where's my slide with it on there? My famous riparian slide. There we go. Actually, I had it big for Shazmu, but I'm gonna show it there. All right, but go ahead. This is what he's talking about, y'all. Is the one right here on the left where Kemet is spelled with the determinative of the N23 that I'm gonna go back to. But go ahead.
Alrighty. So I just wanted to make sure that they got a visual and know that that is a classifier for the word Kemet, right? So now when you go back to the Wikipedia page or whatever the Wiki Commons, whatever that page is,
Yep.
and you go to the N20, what
23.
I'm trying to scroll on. Yeah, go to N23.
All right, I'm there.
Alrighty.
Irrigation canal.
Right, and it says differentiation of N36, which is another canal glyph.
Right.
But I want you to go first to N20.
All right, we're gonna go up to N20. Here we go.
So it says tongue of land, correct?
Yep. Sand, bank, or shore. Tongue of land.
All right. So what is the N21?
Same thing. Tongue of land, bank, region, as in two banks equaling Egypt.
Right. And so it'll be for the N22.
22 is also a tongue of land. It says Old Kingdom, predecessor of both N20 and 21.
Alrighty. So basically what you just said is first there was N22.
Yep.
And then it became N20 and N21.
That's correct.
Right?
That's correct.
Now, you have my book, correct?
Yeah.
Can you go to page 105?
I can't share. I have a physical copy of your book.
I understand.
Oh, okay.
So
all right.
You're just gonna read.
Say the page number again.
105.
All right, let me get 105. Y'all bear with me, and I am right here on 105. Y'all bear with us. This is Asar lives in the boonies, y'all. He got Cricket Wireless. He don't have he I don't know what's going on. All right, I'm on 105.
Alrighty. So for those of you who have the book, we're on page 105, and you'll see a picture of the Nile River and the encroaching desert on the side of it. But I want you to read to them my footnote on page footnote 135 at the bottom of the page.
All right, so I'm gonna read it. It says, for example, we learn in the Old Kingdom classifiers N20, N21, and N22 are what became the N36 glyph in Dynasty 8 and N23 in Dynasty 11, the time when Kemet first appears as a name designation for the country. And that's referenced to Gardner, 1957, page 488. It goes on to say, go ahead.
Go ahead. You can finish it.
It goes on to say, as artistic motival designs, hieroglyphs undergo stylistic changes, which is evident in modifications to its represented forms. Provided that art is a living entity and reflects social predilections, over the course of 3 millennia, we would expect to see a variety of stylistic changes in artistic motifs over the course of the culture's life.
Alrighty. So what I wanted to point out was Gardner's page 488. Do you have a PDF version of it? that you can, or a physical copy that you can go to page 488?
Yeah, you give me a moment.
No problem.
Hold up. Y'all bear with me. So while I do this, so you stay right there, Emiket. I don't know if you want to give some commentary, or let me just pull up. I'm going to pull up Gardner's book for y'all.
Yeah, not really. I'm just here listening, but yeah, that was actually very key. There's a lot of information that people are not aware of that is that is being said. And actually, I wanted to say one thing that one thing that is very evident in this situation here is that you know how Asar and Bujao and Sanjeri, they came with this research question, or which pretty much is Asar's research question that he's been doing, as he's told us, for the last 19, 20 years. What they have done is that it is in a written format. So when you have a research question that you are forwarding, then you put it in in a book. And notice that that everybody trying to rebut this hasn't actually written anything. Haven't actually written. What we're getting is videos. The closest that was written was actually by Reggie, but he actually had his own ghost argument. So he was actually rebutting his own arguments. So to date, anything that you hear, there is no written rebuttal on this particular question of the toponym, the meaning of the toponym Kemet in that essence. And that's what you need, and it's confusing for people too, because it will be good to have that in a written format for anybody that is not that is in disagreement. So,
Okay,
because
appreciate that. I'm ready.
okay, good.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so I got it. I got it displayed to everybody. This is Gardner's. Matter of fact, it's Gardner's Egyptian grammar, and it's page 488, which is the sign list. So I'm there.
So I don't have it in front of me. So are you able to read and get the gist of what it says for the N23 or in the N20? Is that the page where all
Yeah.
that's on it?
Yeah, I'm at N20. You want me to read N20, or what? Which one? For N20?
I think it's N23 for the N23.
All right. So N23 it shows you the sign here. People can see my cursor. He calls it an irrigation canal, Dynasty 11 through Dynasty 18. All right. He says early identical with, and he has footnote 1, and clearly a mere differentiation of N36. So N36 becomes N23, as Asar had as in his footnote, during Dynasty 11 through Dynasty 18. And his footnote is number 1. Let's see where it is. And you see it over here. If y'all can see my cursor, I'm trying to highlight it. Can y'all see that? Y'all should be able to see that. All right, so I want everybody to understand that. And he mentions Idebwi. That's a little side note there. But go ahead. So you want me to read what he says? He says it's a determinative, means irrigated land. An example, he has the word ta, land. And then he has tash, boundary. Dynasty 18, N23 tends to be replaced by N21, which is a tongue of land. And that's important. In Dynasty 11 through 12, you see the symbol of the sun, and under it you have N23. And this glyph is found as a determinative of time, probably corrupted from, and then he has another glyph, as used in words for tomorrow and yesterday. Then he has an example of ter, which is season, and rek, which is time. And that's it. So go ahead.
Right. So he says that it's replaced by the N20, N21, he said?
Yeah, he said that N23, the one that we're looking at, was replaced, tends to be replaced by N21, which is the tongue of land.
Exactly. And that's the one that is that we just read earlier from the wiki, meaning bank or region. So what they're showing here is that they are interchangeable. And dang it, I wish Matter of fact, see how you going to get it to. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to my messenger.
Well, listen, what
Going to,
I mean, keep
because I need you to show this.
All right, I was gonna say we could keep doing what we're doing, but I'm saying we may double down, and we could get together and go live just on this point.
I do that once I get on the computer, but darn it. So, because what it's telling you right there is that when you see, because remember, Kemet can be written with the N36 as well,
right?
Which is in the Waterbush,
right?
And so both of them are in alignment with the river itself. It's telling you it's the two banks that is referring to literally the riparian land.
Right. I showed what I'm showing now. I'm up at N21, the tongue of land, and we already read that N23. Like if I back up, I showed the place name Kemet spelled with N23, so that people could see that's this determinative right here, N23. If y'all can see my cursor, that is the irrigation channel or canal. I showed how it's spelled. We could find that it's been attested. Gardner is saying that this glyph tend to be replaced by N21, which is right here. And N21, they interchange, right? This now, tongue of land. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I just sent you to your Facebook page inbox.
Okay.
For you to download the document, and then I'm gonna find the page, and I'm gonna tell you. So it's gonna be all the way in the appendix. So you're gonna have to go all the way to the back, so we can to Appendix C, so we can show this demotic variant of the word Kemet.
All right,
because they keep saying. So what I want to stress is that when people keep saying that there's no determinative for land, literally the N23 is a land determinative. It's an irrigated land determinative. But also,
all right, I have it up. But you gotta tell me what page in the document to go to. I'm at Appendix C.
Okay, so I'm scrolling now, trying to find it.
All right.
This is in.
So y'all, hold up, I'm just trying to make sure everybody's still with me because I want these long, empty spaces. So hope y'all still here. Okay, now Asar, find what you're finding. I want to make a point though, because yesterday I pulled up the dictionary that actually uses the word riparian in it, because a lot of people say, well, riparian is not even in a dictionary, and so I definitely dispelled that, but it used the word wajeb and idebwi. And so if I show the Gardner one where we were just at again, we already see the chain of events. The N23 is interchangeable with N21, and N21 itself is a tongue of land, and it literally says Ideb, a bank, a region. The dual of it is Didebwi, the two banks, that is Egypt. So at all times, you can see how this these glyphs are interchangeable. And so the whole riparian, it reinforces, double down, triple down on steroids why we advocate riparian, for people to start adopting saying it's a riparian. People just got to have an understanding of what a riparian zone is. But literally, this glyph is defined as riparian in the dictionary I showed. I showed Vigus dictionary last night. But okay, go ahead.
So go to page 401.
All right, let me pull that up. Page 401. Y'all bear with me. This is some unorthodox relay upon a relay. All right, can you all see that? I'm sharing.
And so you're going to zoom in. Well, so first, for those that don't understand, in Appendix C of my text, Race and Identity in Ancient Egypt, Volume 1, I list all the variants of Kemet, regardless of their meanings or whatnot, from various different academic dictionaries. And I translated from French and German these entries, most of these entries. So from this dictionary, you're going to kind of scroll past the Coptic at the beginning of the page, where it's going to say Henry Gauthier, Dictionnaire de Noms Geographique.
All right, let me keep going. You said go past. Do you know what page that is?
It's on 401.
Oh, okay. Let me go down to 401. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I am at 401.
So you see the Coptic entries at the top. So
Yep.
But then it.
I'm past it. I'm at Henry Gauthier. Yep. I'm there.
So you see, so I put the page numbers for where you can find these entries. So this was originally in French, and I translated it into English. So if you go to page 174, what variant of the word Kemet do you see there? Can you scroll and make it?
Yeah, I see it. It
made it bigger for them. I mean, I'm zooming. To make it bigger for them so they can see.
There we go. So hopefully everybody can see it. Very big. Can y'all see it on the panel? Can y'all see that?
2. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we have a rare variant of the name Kemet, spelled with the hill, which is a Q, usually transliterated as a Q sound, and then it goes into the standard way that most people see it with the 049. It says the Black Land. Then it goes in demotic, and then it shows it with the tongue glyph as a determinative.
So when you see that, you clearly see that it has the Edebwi or Edeb bank shore, because remember the N21 interchanges. The N21 interchanges with N23.
Right.
They're one and the same. They're different variants of the same glyph.
Right.
And so when you see this form of Kemet or Kimiyu, as we can see here, that is clearly a land determinative. And so you read this as a land, but it's the two banks of two shores. So the bank or the shore. So it's telling you right there that it is the riparian, because it's in the class dealing with the river and the water as a result of the river in between the two banks.
Right.
And so it's whether it's Kemet with the N23 or Kemet or Kimiyu in this sense with the N21 or Kemet with the N36 and even the 049 glyph, they're all irrigated water channels as a result of the flood. And so this is why in the text I define it as a Kemet as a land with an abundance of water and vegetation as a result of the flooding of the Nile River. And that's what they keep hinting to us. That's why the vast majority of the words for Kemet have irrigation canals or canals of some sort. So it's letting you know that the Kemet is any area for which the waters of the Nile can reach.
Which is summarily aptly defined as a riparian zone, a riparian area. And so this is go ahead.
No, I was about to say this very glyph in this form here is literally telling you, because that's how the event is defined as the riparian, as you amply already showed Dr. Mario Beatty on his own slide for this word.
Exactly.
So I'm sorry, continue.
No. That's it. I mean, that kind of puts the period on it. That it's just really to get people to understand and what is meant by riparian and why the advocacy of riparian over the very shallow and misleading of saying black land, which allowed people to hijack and then try to talk about something about skin color when the skin color of the folks had nothing to do with any of this at all. At all. And that's what people got to understand. So what, you could find a person being described as black or dark, or a pot being described as black or dark, or a cow being described as black or dark. None of that has anything to do with the skin color of people. Has nothing to do with the place name, Kemet. That's not even how place names are done. And when we gave this presentation, we quoted from the journal on how toponymy is done in ancient times among African communities and so on and so forth. That's why I'm telling people to pick up our 2019 book and definitely pick up Asar's book, this book here. Is it available on Amazon?
Correct.
I couldn't hear you. Say it again.
Yes.
Okay,
and
so
I'm gonna get off now, so you can.
Okay, all right.
Focus. I just wanted to make that point.
Okay, all right.
Just be listening.
All right. Okay, so
Okay, and
so yeah, let me stop sharing that. All right.
yeah, while you stop sharing that, I think that it would be a good idea, because I think somebody did ask on a chat what is a classifier, and obviously because y'all are talking about classifiers, I think just so that we are sure that nobody is kind of left out on what is specifically being discussed, or when you're mentioning this particular classifier and that particular classifier and all that. I think it would be kind of good to just summarize it for everyone else watching that might not know.
Okay. All right. Just real quick, I'll verbally explain what a classifier is. Most people refer to classifiers as determinatives. They nickname them determinatives. These are glyphs that are usually found at the end of words. It would usually be the last glyph or the next to the last glyph if there's multiple determinatives. And so they call it determinatives because it helps to determine the meaning of the word that it's attached to. And so we call it classifiers because it puts the words into a category, an ontological category in the sign, the psychological sign of the ancient Egyptians' mind. So, for example, if you see a word where the last glyph is a enclosure glyph, then the word is going to be talking about a category of space that could be entered, storage, something that's habitable, that you could walk in, a room, a house, a camp, something like that, an area that you can dwell in. And so that's what we call it classifiers. It puts these words in these different categories. And so, like, for example, another one, the walking legs determinative, that denotes motion. So usually if that is attached to a word, the word is going to have some kind of meaning dealing with motion, such as the word peret, which means to come forth or come out, to come or to go. Either you're coming or you're going. So that's just an example, and I think Imiket has an example showing right now.
Yep.
So on the screen now, we have 3 words or 4 words. You can just keep the 3 up. We have 3 words that are, the first 2 glyphs of all 3 words are identical, and we transliterate this as win, W-N. But the last glyph on all 3 words are different. So if you were to remove the last glyph in all 3 of those words, you would assume, and we couldn't be mad at you for doing so, you would assume that that's the same word. But it's not. These are actually three different words that mean totally three different things. And you know that because of the determinative, the classifier. The first one is that of a door on its side. And that word when means open, to open. The next one is a determinative of legs in motion. That word when means to hurry up. In Spanish they say andale. And then the third one is a sparrow, which is a determinative that usually denotes negative situations. And that when means fault, somebody at fault or fault at something. So that's what a classifier or determinative does. So when you see the word Kim, when you see the I6, some people say it's a crocodile tail, some people say it's charcoal or whatever. That's for a whole different conversation, but it's I6. When you see that glyph and you see the owl and you see the bread loaf and then the last glyph as a 049, look like an X-Men buckle. Let me go back to my screen. When you see it, it looks like a X-Men belt buckle or whatever. Or you see the canal, the irrigation water channel. These are determinatives. These determinatives happen to be toponymic determinatives, meaning that these are in a class of places, locations. And this is why you know it's not talking about people. Toponyms never refer to people, ever. They always refer to places. That's why they call toponym, from topos meaning place and onym meaning name, coming from the Greek compound word. Topos, onym, toponym. All right.
So can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. So,
right, so when
get everybody in. Yep.
When we see the people there, what do we call that? When we see like the woman and the man there, not on yours, but what Brother Smash has showed one time with the same determinative or the place, but also two humans, a man and a woman.
Well, the
Yeah,
Kemet
that.
team.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
that.
asking what Jaro, go ahead.
Yeah, that particular rendition that you're talking about is only found in the hymns to Senwaseret III, which is known as the Cahun Papyrus, and that's not talking about the people; it's talking about the inhabitants of Kemet.
Okay, and then I'm about to get off. I just want to ask you why I got on was this: what in your humble recommendation would be like? You know how Budge made the Egyptian Book of the Dead with like the phonetical value of what it's saying. You could say it phonetically, like right up under what the meaning was, and then they had the
Yeah.
glyph as well. What book would you? Because I'm looking for words just prayers and hymns in the Kemetic best way we can speak the language and just straight up like whole prayers of it where I could read that way. Would you
Okay.
say Budge be the best or go? I'm sorry.
No, I would not say Budge is the best, only because Budge has a unique. He created his unique way of transliteration, and so if you learn his, then you're gonna be out there on an island on your own.
Okay.
So I can recommend a few. I just don't have them right here on top of my head, but I have them, and
I'll catch you on the chat.
I give it.
I'll catch you on the chat on your channel. Well, I got you as a friend on Facebook, and I'll just write it there to you if you can leave them there.
Okay, all right, no problem.
All right, peace to the family. I'm out.
All right, peace to you. All right, no problem.
Then the brother Chris is saying, look up. He put /IXM.T/ /.
All right, let me do that real quick. Yeah, yep. So let me look that up real quick, and I will show that and make that big. And this is interesting. This goes along with what we're saying too. So let me unshare that and share this. All right. So, hopefully you all can see this. I'll make it big as I can. Can y'all see that? Did I make it bigger? Can y'all see that? I just need confirmation.
Yeah.
The one that's highlighted. The one that's highlighted.
Yeah, the one that's highlighted.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm showing the word that this is by request of Chris, the brother Chris, and so this is the word Kemet. Yeah, Kemet, and notice that the final glyph is the glyph that we were just talking about, which is N20. You see it written here, N20. I'm highlighting it, and this particular word, sound wise, without the E in front, it sounds like Kemet because it's Kemet. and it means bank of a fortress, river, or valley. And then you have the next rendition of it. This is the alternative way to spell it, which is proof that the N23 interchanges with the N20 because you see it with the irrigation channel now. And it's the same word. It's bank, river, fortress, river, valley, etc., etc. And even when you go up here, you see it with both determinatives, a water determinative, a canal determinative, and an irrigation determinative. Kemet, and it means bank. All right. So let me go to another one. This is further down. A different way of spelling it. You see the tongue of land. This is N21 now. Kemet. What does it mean? It means bank of a fortress, river, or valley. You go here, another one. Kemet. It means bank, fortress, river, valley. It's spelled completely different. You have this bird here is not the owl and it's not the vulture. It's a particular vulture that's used for the same vulture that's used for the deity Mut, the female deity Mut. So it's using it for the value of the M and a T sound. That's why I say Kemet. That met right there is represented by the vulture. Going down, we have another one. Kemet, bank. Kemet, bank. Kemet, bank. Last one I think that's on here, spelled a different way. Kemet, bank, fortress, river, valley. So that's what Chris requested I share. So I'm sharing that with y'all. All right. But I think the takeaway here, the main point I want to drive, like, going back to the purpose of me doing this, at the beginning is, in my absence, I see that the conversation has gone all over the place. Even before I like took a break from YouTube and everything, the conversation went crazy, which is really partly made me take a break. So I'm like, nah, I can't put up with it because I'm trying to keep my respect for people and stuff like that, and I just want people to be put on game about straw man, and I don't want people to allow people to fool them and stick the banana in the tailpipe and work some magic mojo on people and have them thinking that they're winning an argument that was never argued in the first place. A lot of these things that people are doing on their YouTube channels are really shadow boxing themselves because they're not really addressing the actual academic scholastic research question about the etymology of the meaning of the place name Kemet. Not the adjective Kemet, that's black. So what, you could find a man or a woman described as black. We already know that. We've been saying that for years. That's not an issue at all. The point is, at the end of the day, Diop was wrong, and people got to live with it. And that's what people are not ready to swallow. They're doing any and everything to defend that when Diop himself told us not to take him on his word and to improve upon the information. So you all be the judge. Who are the real Diopians around here? The people who bother him by just taking him on his word and just repeat what he said? Or those who actually do what he says and check it out and research based upon the information we know now? Not way back in 1974. We know a lot more now. We have access to a lot more now.
Hey, where would I be able to go and get look at Mario Beatty's argument where I can just see what he's fully arguing? I'm seeing a deal line where they're not too far from where Smash is. So I'm trying to figure out where can I see his whole work.
What you mean his presentation, the ASCAC video?
Yeah, but because he's arguing with some of the similar things that because I was asking Sorry, he said he's kind of like he's Diopian, right? He's kind of really parroting.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I shared one of his slides. We did a whole critique on Beatty's presentation. So that's in our channel. I can send you that.
It was in a session. I'll check it out. I'm gonna go back.
I'll send you the link. I'll find it and just remind me if I.
Because I've been digging into crates, right? Because I went back. Because listen, I started getting a little grasp of the language. First, when y'all talk about language, I never listened. I was like, I never paid attention to meta stuff. Right? But I'm getting to hear the conversation more and more. because I went
Yeah.
back and watched the Smash conversation y'all had when y'all fell out. When Kicker saw the panel, and I
Uh-huh.
went back and looked at that, and I listened, and I read. I'm like, yo, and I came back. I was telling everybody, I was like, you know what? I said, Wuja was right. You know what I'm saying? And I said he was really killing him in that argument. You know what I'm saying? So, and I
Well, I
actually
mean,
played your video when you did
mhm.
the Peppy Unk thing, like you did after that, probably a year ago. I actually
Okay, okay.
replayed your video on my stream on Sosa on Sudakid. I replayed what you said.
Okay, okay.
And a lot of
There's
what you said lined up with what the scholars were saying. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's what I was
So,
telling. I was
right.
telling Unc last night, based on because I'm still playing catch up, and the videos I can catch, and I'm listening to the interviews of these scholars. They're saying everything we're saying.
Yeah,
They're literally they're not in any opposition to what we've been saying, and I'm not in opposition to what they're saying. The only opposition are the blackologists who are trying to retrofit anachronistically a modern social construct of race and try to make up a lie and disrespect the ancient Egyptians to say that the inspiration for them naming their country was their skin color. All that's just not true. It's just simply not true. It's an impossibility, and it didn't happen. And that's what we're here to set the record straight, and that's what we've been doing. And people are blindly listening to these arguments and not really knowing. And I can't blame people who are listening. I'm blaming people who are doing it. That's why I lost a lot of respect for what's been going on. And I'm glad that other videos resurfaced where the brother was trying to challenge me on Kemet, where that and Athribis and all that other kind of stuff. That was painful. That was painful for me to do. I was very calm. It was
the
painful
other show was
for
painful
for
because you were
for
trying to
me to
explain
do
to them
that.
like he kept asking you for a title, and you were trying to explain to them like you were saying like basically you were saying like you know how when the king comes out and the guy's like so and so of the three rivers, holder
Right,
of the. You're saying like all of that is a title, right?
right,
Right with the kin, right? They didn't
right,
really
right, right.
understand that, but and you kept saying like, okay, I understand that y'all don't see it that way, and y'all are breaking each individual task down into separate things. I get it. And they kept saying, well, what's the title? And you kept you kept explaining to them, and it kept going over their head. I was like, Jesus Christ, you already said that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
But there's a whole book on that tomb, Neon Pepi Kim, and I took my time to ask people to send me pictures that live over in Egypt, pictures of the tomb, and I did a presentation on Neon Pepi Kim, showed the tomb where my man is not even painted black at all. The Kim on his name is not the Egyptians trying to say that his skin color is black. It's
yeah,
something different. And then there are two men with the same name. One is Happy Kim, and the other one is Happy Desher.
yeah.
So are you trying to tell me that one is red skin and the other one's black skin? Come on, see, that's the silliness that everybody's falling for. See, we have to understand that this whole notion of race, which includes the concept of blackness today, is really a racist injection in history in the 16th, 17th century. That's where it started. It doesn't go before that. It's a part of colonialism, slavery, and a justification of inhumane treatment of people who look different than the people who were in power at the time. It's as simple as that. And
Well, you know,
anybody can just look up the social construct of race and where it came from. Matter of fact, Wikipedia is a starting point. Just look up the word. Where is it? Look up the word race in terms of human categorization on Wikipedia, because people don't really try to buy books like that. But Wikipedia is the free encyclopedia. So go there and just start reading that. It will tell you all about this whole racial thing. It has nothing to do with anybody agent.
let me ask you this though. I with the Arnold's Nefertari, right?
Uh
Um,
huh.
okay, because I didn't even know till I watched a video. I didn't even, and you showed the that there's a depiction of her too not black. I didn't even know that till I watched the video. Because every time you see her, is in that jet black skin, right? The jet black paint, the Kim,
Yeah, but
right?
she's
So
yellow. She's yellow, high yellow too.
right. So I'm thinking, so but there's a scene right where she's in the afterworld, the afterlife, or something like that, right? But she's the
Uh
only one black, and and I think the other ones are not. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? That
Yeah,
relief. That
yeah,
like what is
yeah.
that like? Why is that so? Because she was Nubian. Like what is? She was made a divine. Or, like what's the explanation for that?
Right, because Ahmose Nefertari, the reason why she's prolifically displayed black instead of yellow, even though gold or yellow, you could find her depicted that way, but you find her more black, is because she was so prominent that she's a rare occurrence of a person who is found in other people's tombs that don't belong to her. Because notice what I'm saying. For example, if you call off anybody, let's say just name anybody. Let's just say Ahmose. I mean, nah, that ain't a good one. Well, just name it. Let's just say somebody named Amen, a person named Amen. When you find the tomb of Amen, you'll see him in his own tomb. You won't find him in other people's tombs. There's no need. But Ahmose Nefertari was elevated and deified so much so that she's found in other people's tombs. And so she is being invoked and representing the afterlife, the deification, and she becomes an Usir. Usir is the black one. The foremost of the Westerners. She's one of them, and so she's represented in other people's tombs. So you see her, and she'll be isolated with black paint, while other people, the actual persons whose tomb it belongs to, is not even that black in terms of artistic expression.
Okay, yeah.
Because
you messed up with that. I'm glad you're clearing that up.
Because the point, but I'm saying the point is not to talk about skin color. The point is see, listen, if y'all don't learn anything else from me tonight.
Oh, I get it. Get it.
No. Let me say this to everybody else. Listen, this is a safe thing to do. You know how if you get in trouble, you got a safe word. Listen, this is you all safe thing to do. Whenever you dealing with ancient Egyptian anything, just understand for a fact that 99% of anything Egyptian is never gonna be in isolation and standing on its own. There's always going to be linked to something else, to something else, to something else. So you're not going to find a one isolated one-off thing. That's super, super rare. Everything is linked to every other thing. And I say that to say that Ahmose Nefertari being black is not her being black unto itself. It is representative of a whole plethora of ideas and the myths and the beliefs of the afterlife and this, that, and the third. It's not just they're not shallow and just trying to say, oh, this lady is black. That's some modern blackology stuff.
Right.
That's just not how. That's just not
one more thing too. What's the issue sometimes? Because like I try to ask Jonathan Winneman a question, right, and it was based on the TLA that I had transferred into English.
Okay.
But when I tried to tell him what it was in English, he was like, it doesn't show up like that. As like there's some type of something happening between that translation. Like because I think it's in I think it's a tomb of Ptah, like something about Ptah when he talk about, it says something about, when I translated it says something like one should know something like a black person. Let me find it. And then it said a black person instead of a white person. When I translated it and I tried to ask him about it, and he was like, I don't see white person or black person there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's something happening with the translation going over to English that's like misconstruing or something like that.
Okay, yeah, you got to show me because I don't know what you're talking about. But I could say this about the TLA. Another thing, don't let people TLA you to death either, because we got some TL aliens that use the TLA as a scapegoat to not learn the language properly and in a proper method. And so you got, like, all scholars know this, right? Everybody knows that dictionaries are simply a tool, and it's not very great it's very useful, but it's not great for what other people try to use it for. And by that I mean it's the example I always give is if you look at an English dictionary, that dictionary has an English word and then it has an English explanation called a definition. So if I look up the word house in English, it's going to explain what a house is. It's explanatory. But if I look at an English Spanish dictionary, that's not a real dictionary. It's really a word equivalency book. It's going to say house equals casa, but it's not going to explain what that is, though. And so when people are looking up the TLA or looking up these Egyptian dictionaries, all these dictionaries are doing is trying to give you the close approximate equivalency in English, but there's no explanation. And so this is why people gotta study, understand semantics, pragmatics, etymology, et cetera, that I mentioned earlier. And see, we all know this. Anybody who do this kind of work, we know it and it's basic. But a lot of other people don't know it. I can't fault people, but it's just not known. But people use that gray area and act like they're doing something, and that's just not the case. So like people say, certain words are not in a dictionary. Like somebody, was saying riparian is not in a dictionary. I'm like,
Yeah, like
it's an equivalency.
yeah. See, the thing with these kind of tools, TLA first of all is not even a dictionary. Is it is like a database, and people just is you have to know that just because there's a tool doesn't mean most people that are using it are not even using it correctly. Actually, they're just using it very, very incorrectly. And some of the things that obviously people have to do is also use Google Translate because on it, because they don't have all the English translations, especially with the sentences and whatnot. The lemma entries, they have those. But with the newer TLA, one of the reasons why I even put the course together that is on Sebo University was hopefully that people could actually, not butcher that as much as they butchered the older version, the legacy version. And this you will notice even if you go to it that it offers there's so much metadata on each entry and so forth. But people kind of just skip over everything that is put there and then just run to a sentence or part of a text and then just hit Google Translate to English, and then hopefully they find their chem where there is black, and then that's it. Because even somebody asked me the other day, they were actually using a lemma entry that was specifically categorized under the deities section, and even the determinative was the deity, and it was talking about Osiris. But because in one of the translations, when you do the English translation with Google, it actually translates to black man. So that's where using the skills fails them, because they are just going for whatever they can find on black and ignoring everything else about that text that lets you know that this is actually not talking about a regular man, but it's talking about Osiris. And we also know why Osiris is called the Great Black and whatnot. So all those metadata on the TLA will, when people ignore them because they don't know how to use them, pretty much, they end up actually just producing wrong things. And that's probably even what happened when you were asking your question to the Egyptologist.
Right. Because I think that's exactly what happened to me. Because when I tried to ask him about it, he was like, "I'm not." He said, "I don't see that here," because he's looking at
Yeah.
the actual thing, and he's like, "I don't see black person. I don't see that."
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Listen,
Yes.
I'm gonna give.
Go ahead.
I want to give. Now I'm saying I'm gonna give a quick lesson, very quick lesson, just so people, a common sense lesson, so people can kind of get a little bit of idea of what not to do or where some problems creep in. So on my screen, hopefully y'all can see my cursor. On my screen at the very top, real big, I have two words. These words are the same word, but they're just variation spellings of the same word. And the word is abet. And these two words mean family. Okay? So we'll start there. These two words up here mean family. Abet and abet. They mean family. Now, what I want to show you all is that look at how these words are spelled. So both words are spelled using the same glyphs, but they're arranged differently. So you have the chisel, the foot or leg and foot, the raised bread loaf, the kneeling man, the squatting woman, and 3 strokes on the left. You have the exact same thing on the right. They're just arranged differently. Okay, so I don't want anybody to get confused, but they're the same word. Now, if you look at the beginning of this word, ab, both of these words have the word ab in front of it. Now, what I have listed here, I'm gonna move this highlight. Oh, I guess it's not highlighted. But what I have highlighted in a yellowish color are those 2 same glyphs, the chisel and the foot. And you can find these words in the dictionary. So ab by itself with no classifier or determinative is a verb that means to stop, to cease, to linger, to pause. Then you have the next one, ab, with a determinative of a man pointing to his mouth. This is the word abi, which means to be amused. Another one spelled the same exact way, same 3 glyphs completely. They're identical, but it means something different. It means to desire, to wish for, to love, to long for, to covert. And then the next one, a different determinative of moving legs, it means to tarry or astray. The next one is abi, which is a panther or a leopard. You see the determinative of a panther or a leopard. The next one is determined with the elephant tusk, and this word actually means ivory or elephant tusk. Then the last one is a determinative of fire. So it means to brand, like when you brand an animal with fire and iron. That's what that word is. Now here's the point. All these words are transliterated as ab. Now if I put a feminine T on here, as people like to say, the feminine T on here, and say abet or abet, and show you this up here, why aren't people, or you can see how it'd be wrong that just because I put a T and 2 human beings here, nobody's going to say that this word means panther people, or that this word means elephant people, or that this word means the amused people. That's not how this language works. And I'm telling y'all this, I'm giving y'all this quick lesson because this is what people are doing to you. They're fooling you because they don't really know how the language works. So what? You can look up dictionaries. That's what they're for. The TLA is a beautiful online database. It's very, very helpful for research. But that you can't do that and claim to know the language and how it works. For 12 years, I've been pushing people to learn a language. I've been teaching it for 12 years. And it just does not work like that. This word means family, even though it looks similar to all these words. If I just stick a man and woman on there, it would not mean, if I say that ab means panther and then I put the man and woman there in a plural stroke, I'm not saying panther people. I hope y'all get what I'm saying. And I did another example of that with the elephant. Let me see if I can find that, because that was.
What does it mean when they've been killing with that too? What does it mean when I know the plurality strokes, right? What does it mean when it go up and down like that? What is that?
No, it's just whether it's up and down or vertical or horizontal, it's the exact same. Yeah, it's just the exact same. It's just depending on the scribe and whether it's in columns or rows or the space that the scribe had. That's just a scribal convention.
All right.
There's nothing really special about that. But I'm trying to find where I did it. I did it somewhere else too. Just real quick, I want to show y'all this how crazy it is. All right, here's another one. Here's another one. At the top of the screen, you're gonna see these 3 glyphs. It's a fish, a curved fish, a bread loaf, and then the O4 determinative, which people know is, I call it an X-Men buckle, is for the way it looks, but it's a town determinative, village, city, etc. So this is a toponym. This is a place name, and the name is Kyat, and it's actually a gnome, one of the gnomes of ancient Egypt. And it's called the fish gnome. You see it spelled out in handwriting from this dictionary. It's called the fish gnome. Now check this out. If I were to take this same word and remove the 049 glyph and stick a man and woman there with 3 strokes, do we then translate this as fish people? No.
That's right.
What the word will mean is people of the fish nome. That's what it would mean. Not that they're fish people, literally. It means people of the fish nome. That's where they live. This becomes a demonym instead of derived from a toponym. And these are the lessons that we give and mention. I mentioned it all in the book. Y'all gotta get the book. So anyway, I just wanted
Yeah, just
to give
you need
y'all
to
that quick.
you need to slow it down a bit. So what you just said there is that it refers back to the place name. So instead of fish people, it is people of the fish nome. You know, and one
Exactly.
thing that just on that point alone, just notice that everything to do with with the whole different diverted question about land of the black people, it everything about it is actually unique phenomena, like the logic of the rules that these people are creating to fix their statement as fact falls apart when you go into the text and try to actually use that same logic into the different glyphs that we have, like Wujawa have shown. So always, if your system cannot be consistent across the board, then you have to know that something is wrong with whatever system you're using to ascertain something, and it falls apart in all these situations. But those people still don't realize it.
Okay, last example. This is the same thing. I'm just using a different word just to drive the point home to you all, right? I'm using real toponyms now. So the gnome called Kat, you could look that up. That's an actual gnome in Egypt. Likewise with this one. This is the place called Abu. Everybody knows it more popularly as Elephantine. Okay, this is Elephantine. It's the elephant gnome. All right. And this is how you see two variations of how the word is used. So it's the capital of the first nome of Upper Kemet near modern day Aswan, the Aswan Dam. All right. This is in the southern part of Egypt to this very day. Now, if I were to do something like this, the elephant by itself is the word Abu. The ancient Egyptian word for the animal, the elephant, is Abu. Now, the way we pronounce it today is Egyptology speak, but it's Abu in terms of the way we pronounce it. This is the same word, Abu, but with glyphs added. Determinative by itself, then you have the glyph spelled out. Now, if I was to take the elephant glyph or even the chisel and the quail chick glyph and just put two people behind it with the plural strokes, would that therefore mean elephant people? No. It would only mean and can only mean that it's talking about, it turns into a demonym and it's talking about the people who reside in the elephant gnome. It's not making the people elephants, just like the other one didn't make the people fish. You can't say land of the fish people or land of the elephant people. That's not how the language works. And so I show that, Kat, the fish gnome, 16th gnome of Lower Kemet, the two spellings of it, and same thing. Kat literally means sharp-nosed fish as a word in the language. Then it became elevated as a place name for the area. Then if I put people there, would that mean sharp-nosed fish people? All of a sudden these people got sharp noses like a fish? That's ridiculous. So I'm just showing y'all how ridiculous this argument has become, all in the name of people trying to defend a ghost argument that was never argued in the first place. The blackologist days are over. You gotta retire that. Let the Egyptians be Africans that they were. The Egyptian civilization was on the continent of Africa. It still is on the continent of Africa as the Arab Republic of Egypt. The people of ancient Egypt were African. Why can't that be enough? They're Africans. Doesn't that feel good enough? Let the Egyptians be the Egyptians. They're definitely not African Americans. I don't care how you slice it. And that's what it seemed like this is all leading to. It's like people are trying to make the Egyptians black in the modern sense. That's when people bring up the one drop rule and all that stuff. Like, come on. The Egyptians seen through the modern eyes, even if you see them as black in the modern eyes, that's leading up to you trying to say that they are our ancestors. I've heard people do this and stuff like that. They're trying to make the Egyptians African Americans. That's gonna be the next day. Watch, y'all can call me a prophet. I give y'all till next summer. By the time next summer hits, people are gonna start saying the Egyptians are African Americans. They're gonna say James Brown existed in ancient Egypt. He was saying, say it loud, black and I'm proud. Watch. They're gonna say Jesse Jackson was back there. I am somebody.
That's your that's your Jesse Jackson voice.
Somebody. Yep. Watch, I'm
That's
telling you.
hilarious.
Watch, y'all gonna call me a prophet. This is where this argument is going. They gonna make the ancient Egyptians African Americans by next year.
Yeah, because I feel like they've been killing me. Look, they've been damn. I feel like a certain person was just looking up Kim, and every time you see black, it's just making a black person. This shit has been driving me crazy. Because he went on Sonetta and said that the red woman meant that the lady was a red bone, and I was just like, that can't. I mean, he literally said that. I'm like, that don't make sense logically. I'm like, why would they have a certain medicine for a red bone, a light skin sister, and then something like, you see what I'm saying? And I'm like, bro, like I don't even have to know the language to be like, yo, that shit can't be right. Like, Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah, it's getting pretty bad. It's getting pretty bad.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had my thing on mute. Yeah, it's crazy. But anyway, I listen, I know this video ended up being long. I listen, the major takeaway for those who didn't catch the beginning is I wanted to emphasize the point that one, don't believe the hype. Like when anybody does a video or anything that seems to be against what me, Asar, and Sanjetti have been advocating, don't believe the hype. Come straight to us or get the material yourself. Read our text, our essay text. Read Asar's book that came after it, or come to me directly. Because I'm gonna tell you, 99% of the time, that person that's trying to make it seem like they're arguing against us is really arguing against themselves over some ghost arguments. Because I've never said that Kim doesn't mean black, that there's an adjective in the language is black. I mean, I give classes. I talk about this all the time. That's what's crazy. I never said that the Egyptians didn't have eyes and couldn't see colors. I never said that Egyptians never described inanimate objects and animate objects with colors or people with colors, including black. Never said these things at all. Even when it comes to the two hypotheses, when it comes to the black land, if y'all notice, when y'all read the text, my essay and my focus has always been on the black people hypothesis. The black land that the scholars have been saying for so long, I understand why they're saying it. Like, I don't kick up rocks for that because I feel I just disagree with leaving it at that. That's why I'm advocating riparian, because it's a shallow way to capture the mind of the ancient Egyptians in what they were doing when they named their country Kemet. Because the black land is not literal, number one, and it has to do with water. That's why the scholars, when they explain it, they will say, like, if I pull up James P. Allen, he'll translate Kemet as black land, but in parentheses, he'll explain it and say, due to the fertility of the water and the land due to the flooding of the Nile. Blah. He'll explain it. He'll explain exactly what a riparian is. And so that's what I'm saying. So I'm advocating riparian because it takes the word black out of the conversation, which therefore takes away these blackologists' ability to try to hijack it and say it's dealing with skin color when it never did. It never did. In fact, look, check this out. Egyptian art is an elite living entity among the ancient Egyptians. The scribes and artists were an elite group of people. It was highly valued. That's why the king's tombs, it was people were sanctioned and what do you call it? Commissioned to do artistic work to represent the Egyptian people, their royalty, and their everyday life, right? So this is what the Egyptians wanted the world to see. They were proud of what they visually represented themselves to be. If the ancient Egyptians' entire point was to tell the world that their skin was black, then why would they not paint themselves black skin color visually to reflect that? Instead, they reserved the black and darker pigments for their southern neighbors called the Nahisiu. That alone just doesn't make sense. You don't even have to be knowledgeable about the language to understand what I just said. The Egyptians painted themselves a reddish brown color. And there's a story behind that, because the Egyptians saw mankind as the rimage, as the emanations of Ra. Whenever you see the Ra painted, it's a reddish pigment matching the skin color. I got slides for this, but it'll take me too long to pull all that up. The emanations of Ra. Black is a category for deification, for the afterworld, afterlife, rejuvenation, and so on and so forth among the Egyptians. Red, same thing we do today. Red to this very day represents sexuality, sensuality, anger, danger. That's why the desert was very dangerous. The desert was very harmful to human survival. They called the desert, they associated and categorized the desert under the broad umbrella color of red. Satuk is the red one. Usir represents the habitable area, the fertile area, the area where everybody lived at, the area where Ma'at thrived, and not Isfet. He's the green one and or the black one. And everybody knows the story of the rivalry between Usir and Satuk. That's the desert versus the riparian. And then all about the eye. We mentioned the eye earlier. The eye, how the Greeks explain it by way of Plutarch and so on and so forth. The pupil of the eye. If you can envision the Kemet part of Kemet, the riparian part of Kemet, the Nile part of Kemet, as the eye, not the Egypt is the whole eye, and you envision the pupil being the riparian zone. When the Nile floods, guess what? The pupil dilates. The dilation of a pupil means that the pupil gets darker and bigger, almost like a full moon. How a moon does. And when the flooding stops, the eye stops dilating. And that's the association with the eye and the pupil of the eye, and why those words are interchanged right there. It has nothing to do with skin color. So I'm telling you, stop allowing people to fool you just because they sound convincing or they go live every day, twice a day. Or say they sit at the feet of so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so. Anyway, Cedric Sosa. Oh, we got Bobby Bangin in the building. Oh,
What's
let me
good, bro?
let me stop sharing. Let me stop
Yeah, hey,
sharing.
peace.
Sorry.
I was about to slide though. Peace, peace. Hey, I'm about to slide out, but
What's
yeah,
going
hey,
on,
thanks for
man?
all the answers, bro. I'm gonna write down. I'm gonna write down. I'm gonna write down the questions for some other stuff.
Hey,
All
hey,
right, all
so,
right, no
hey,
problem, no
hey,
I'm
problem.
gonna
hey,
slide out and
so,
let
hey,
y'all
so,
rock out.
sir, real quick, bro. Tell me if I'm losing my
Yeah.
mind, yo. Didn't we say the same daggone things, yo? We might not have had the tools, might not have been Netcher scholars, yo, but we figured it out. We said the same things, yo, over and over and over again, yo.
Yeah, we worked it out. It was such
Nonsense,
nonsense.
man.
See, I was absent, so I don't even know. Like I don't even know that you all were. But based on the videos I did catch up to, I could see that. Even the scholars that I did catch was saying the same thing that we've been saying. But I think from my perspective, I think some of you all had a problem with us are using the word riparian though.
Man, we ain't even get a chance to get into it. Don't nobody even care about that. Trust me.
Yeah, that shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
fell
shit
to the
fell to the
wayside.
wayside. So it was all about skin.
Yeah, about
All
that. The
about
water now.
skin.
Who cares?
It was
Come
skinologists,
on, bro.
bro. It's skinologists out here,
Analysis
bro.
is crazy, man. You know what you said about why would you call yourself black but make the other people to yourself darker?
That's
Man,
crazy.
a million times. And then hold on. This the most spectacular thing. So to know it. The expert would say what you would say, and then Smash would say, see, they agree with us. It was like a wild thing going on, bro. Crazy.
Hey, I'm gonna make a factual statement. There is no written documentation from any scholar, Egyptologist, or expert that ever translate the place name Kemet as black people or the land of the blacks. Period. Just drop the mic on that.
Well, hold on. The expert said that. Remember, I played it the other day. And Smash say, see, he agrees with us. We was like, huh? The guy just said that he found no evidence for that. The lady said there's no precedence for that. There's no evidence. There's no, you just did. See, we got to clip this up, Ujad. You know, you the clip master too, bro.
We
Ah,
played Wujaw clip when Wujaw was like, it's a place name.
stop.
Just stop there.
Stop
Right.
sign. Clip.
You know what I'm saying? We played that clip. We
Ooh,
played that clip too. Like I said, you missed some shots. We bigged you up while
Yeah,
you were
I
gone.
got to catch up. But I'm saying
Yeah,
but
we
you
got
know,
you.
so basically, y'all held the fort down. But
um,
still, but here's the thing though. See, this is what this is what frustrates me. And I was saying, man, I don't think people feel my pain though because
y'all feeling?
I I just I don't like people. I don't like it's unfair to the listeners though for people to deny, and that's why I don't have I lost respect for a lot of stuff, man, because to be so blatant, like in one instance, like with me and Smash, when I pulled up on his channel,
Yep.
he immediately took an adversarial role,
Yep.
and I'm patiently and very calmly just showing him stuff, and even in real time, the brother didn't even acknowledge what was right there on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
and when I showed him, he got mad and tried to rush me. He was like, "Nah, go ahead. Either you gonna do it, or you gonna not." You know, or whatever, and try to cut me off. And then had French brother
Oh
come
yeah.
in.
Oh, that was so frustrating. God, you was like, let him get it out. Wouldn't let you get. Oh man, wait a minute. You know, you just did an exercise, right? And that was a great exercise. How you did the elephant, you did the fish. Come on, man. That's a great series of clips right there. And then polish it off with the experts. That you just did it. You was like, no, just because you put the people. What do you the fish people? Let me stop.
Right. Nobody would say elephant people. Nobody would say fish
Never.
people.
You know
Nobody
the
look. Hold on, wait. Here's another one. Here's another joke.
It only applies when there's black.
Yeah, with black, all of a sudden you got to abandon all the rules. But here's another one. There's a word called cassetiu, which is the from the word cassette, which literally means hills, but it's used for foreigner, right? Because all the foreigners come from the hill area. But cassette to you. So if we take that literal and say cassette means hill and you put people determinative, whatever, are you now saying the people are hills, or are you saying people who dwell in the hills?
Right. It has to be coherent. But see, the difference between I'm gonna tell you something that's real. In this community, there's no respect for expertise. And goodness gracious, don't have white skin, you're in trouble. So I'm saying is the fact that you're saying what the expert said, and the way you said it, because I'm telling you, I had long hours of talking to these experts, sitting in Zoom sessions with them. I mean, really hashing this out, right? And that's when I had to say, I say, man, when it come down to who is sounding like the experts on this subject, who is transmitting the information that way. Sosa was there. Sosa was there. You would have to be the closest to getting this thing right here, bro. You said the same things. Man, Sosa sat there, was like, come on, man. They mocked the Chinese lady because she was Chinese when we brought her. She's just Chinese. It's crazy, bro. Like, this has been the wildest thing for me. I was like, come on, bro. And I know I can be a wild individual at times, right? Because I understand you got to be wild to deal with these wild people out here like this. But now we didn't for so long, so hard. Everybody can see it. Now, when you coming in with these high altitude, accurate strikes, the competition is officially over with, bro. You dissecting this these last 2 days, the way you dissecting it, you know what I'm saying? Just reinforcing, pulling it apart, the exercise of the fish people. Come on, bro. Yeah, and then you know what's funny? You know what's telling? Where is the fake Magi archers at? Where they at? They were jumping out panel and talk crazy. Where they at, Woo? See they getting taught right
Hey,
now.
hey, hey, I was saying that too. Like,
See, I ain't
like Chess move a lot more
karma.
calmer when Wu around, boy. Boy,
Because they
like,
they you know what? They used the
what
ultimate weapon on us.
what's all that swagger at?
Swagger.
Y'all was talking so because we don't read the glyphs, bro, so they can get down
Hard.
on us. You
That's
feel
the
me?
rule.
When Wu's out here, they stepping lightly and
Scared to
asking
death,
questions. Like, what's
trembling,
going on?
dropping the bows, the arrows falling apart.
Yeah, what's
What's
going
up?
on?
Crazy.
It's crazy.
Look, you know what they hit us with? What's they famous saying? Sosa, y'all can't read the glyphs. That was their famous
The
statement.
glyphs, right.
Y'all can now. Now you got two,
Yeah,
three people on here can read the glyphs. Emma Cat, she killing them. You can where they at, yo? Where
yeah.
they at?
I've never seen Chess move so calm.
Never,
I've never seen him that
never.
calm. Got questions. He's curious. He want to know things. Well, I mean,
Oh,
he's
he was
adamant on.
adamant. There was the people. You hold on. Now we the
Yeah.
anti-black people. We don't like black. Y'all anti-blackness. I was like, what?
Yeah. Nah,
Yeah.
that's all crazy. And I got a little wind of that just the other day with Thunder asking me, But
Yeah.
see, that's the job, and I gotta still keep the patience a bit. The only thing I'm not patient about anymore is just the redundancy year after year of saying the same old BS. But it's people gotta understand. People gotta learn the modern social construct of race and study it and how it developed
Oh,
and everything like that. Like why all black people are not African American. The difference between that and what it means to call ancient people black when it doesn't apply at all. Even if they were alive, they wouldn't do that. That's why. Look, notice in Africa to this day, right now, the northern countries of Africa and the northeast, including Egypt, they take offense of being called black.
yeah.
Not because they take offense and people be like, oh, see, they're white or they're against it. No, they take offense because they actually understand the history of the black category that was done by colonists and imperialists and racism of being the bottom caste. They don't want to identify with the bottom caste.
Yeah. Lady said that. She
And
said
the and
that.
the and the
She
ancient
said that.
Egyptians, listen, the ancient Egyptians was so bougie, they would never agree to any label that would put them at the bottom.
Oh yeah.
And Wuja, you said that comment about the black and African American thing like 6, 7 years ago, right? Like That's not the first time you made a statement. Like, I don't identify as black. Like I think a lot of people don't get the relevance of that, or why you don't identify with a
Right.
color and you identify with African American. I don't understand. Like, why is that so
Yep. I
goddamn
told Thunder
complex?
yesterday. He said, "You black?" I said, "Nope." I said, if you want to label me, I said African American, because and even that, I use that loosely, but I definitely don't do the black thing, because we just see when you know better, you do better, and I know
Because there's no land attached to it. There's no
there's nothing.
Everybody has a. You know what I mean?
There's nothing but a
Yeah, I
history
get
of
it.
being bottom caste. And it's exonymic. We did not identify ourselves that way. That's a very shallow. Like, nobody on the continent ever identified themselves so shallow like that, with just a color.
And I think you said that like 6, 7 years ago, and then Rob on everybody winning on you back then, like
Yeah,
6, 7 years ago. Who
and
the
you
hell
know
ain't
you
black?
and you
Yeah, like that's
and you know what
old
everybody try to
news,
invoke.
man.
They be like, man, what about Sudan? The word Sudan. I'm like, listen, man.
Right.
I just hit him with Sudan is an exonymic. That's a name that was put on people by the medieval Arabs, and they called the whole see Belad Sudan. Balad el Sudan is the equivalent of what we say sub-Sahara Africa or Africans. Then now it's the name of a specific small country, smaller portion. But it used to be for everything sub-Sahara. So that was the Arabs doing that, and they just follow in the footsteps of the Greeks. The Greeks did the same thing. Everything below the Sahara Desert was called Ethiops, and everything above it was Libya and Egyptos. Same thing. See, they do that. See, people don't do that to themselves.
Right.
They never do that to themselves. They don't do that to themselves. So why should we?
And in the off chance they do it, like King Azana, when they have the black and the red, they're not talking about
Oh, right.
skin.
I mean, they're using
It's
right.
symbolic. See what I'm saying? Because that's the trick bag they get you with. That's
That's
the
the
trick
last
bag they
video
get
he
you with. Like,
did last night on that. He was like, "Come on, bro."
yeah. He's trying, but he's trying to say the Sudan and get his name from the Arab. He's trying to go back to the
I'm,
biblical Ham. It was hilarious, bro. I'm doing a show
Listen,
here
man,
at tomorrow.
Sudan. Everybody
what time
knows
we
that Balad
About two or
bet.
three.
El
Let's break it up.
Sudan.
2 or 3.
There's a tribe that exists to this very day that use colors as categories. It's not for skin. It's either you come from the north or the south, and they use two different colors to represent those two directions. Now, bringing up direction, I'm gonna show y'all something that I know y'all seen. If I can find it fast enough, but if I can't find, I'll describe it. Because these blackologists, they will use an Egyptian scene of these four cows.
Oh,
Y'all,
oh, you check it. Whoa.
Oh yeah, we went on that
Whoa.
too.
Hey, Wuja. Hold on.
Don't
sent
do
you.
it. Don't do it.
Look
We
at your
got
text
a
message, Wuja.
interview
Look at your
coming up
text
with
message
that.
real quick.
Yeah, we got an interview coming up with that.
Oh,
Yeah,
all right,
don't
okay.
kill him. Don't kill him.
I'll leave it.
You gonna do the spoiler
Okay,
on
no,
No,
that.
it's
I
gonna
didn't
be
do it.
funny though, because he's gonna say the same
That
thing.
got going up.
We just because before we do the interview, we
Yeah,
actually
yep.
talk to them too. Like you know what
Okay,
I mean?
yeah. So I won't. So all right. I won't.
Wuja, you see what I
I won't.
sent you though,
I
right?
won't
You
spoil
see
it.
what I sent you?
Yeah, I was trying to watch it about the divine cattle herd, man.
Yeah,
That's
why don't you
some.
just why don't you
I'm
just
not,
play it? Why don't you play it and then
man.
break
That's
it down? You don't gotta do it today, right?
okay.
Play
I
them
do.
on the
I
channel
play. Yeah, I play it
and
another
break
time.
it down.
I'll
Yeah,
play it another time because
That'd
that's
be good for you.
because you know what that is though, right? That's their rebuttal to why they're
Yeah.
black. You see Reggie doing it now. The
yeah. The
sacred black.
divine herd. But see, people
So
don't
then,
understand that the Egyptians. Listen, the
yeah.
Egyptians. The
Another
Egyptians.
show. Well, don't give it up. That's another
All
show.
right, all right. But no. Let me just say this: the Egyptians, the closest name as an ethnic name would be Remech, and it simply meant the people. And at certain times, it was only used for the Egyptians. And here's the kicker: whenever the Egyptians wanted to compare themselves to any other group of people that was not them, they chose the word Remech, and then they called the other people by different names. Even though the word Remech is a generic word that means people, but the Egyptians saw that word at different points in their history as for them, and then they had a hierarchy within their people. You have the Egyptians saw themselves as birds called the Rakit, And then you have Egyptians called Pat, which are the elite. And then you have the untutored common man, the person who didn't, wasn't getting down with the glyphs and stuff like that. So all these different levels that people just are not aware of, and none of it ever dealt with skin color, or they didn't have this class system based on skin color or appearance or anything like that at all. In fact,
And what's Rodney Kemet? What's Rodney Kemet? Like,
Rod,
what's that?
Rodney
What's that?
Kemet
Homeboy
mean
named Rodney.
it said Rodney Kemet. No,
Rodney Kemet.
Ra
I don't know how to do this. You know, they have to see Rodney all the
no
time. Rodney
Ra
Kemet.
Rodney Kemet. It's three separate words put together. No,
Rodney.
Ra like row. You might say row.
Rodney. Yeah.
RAO.
Yeah. Rod.
Rodney Kemet. That
Yeah.
means
Okay.
that literally
Rodney Kemet.
means the mouth of Kemet, the mouth that belongs to Kemet, and that's talking about the language. Because what comes out the mouth is your speech.
The
Yeah,
language.
the speech of Kemet.
Oh, okay, okay. So in other words, the metaneta would be Rodney
Yeah,
Kemet when you
exactly.
speaking.
The spoken
Right.
language is called Rodney Kemet. The
All right.
written language is called Sesh
Rodney
Netcher.
Kemet. All
Exactly.
right. Gotcha.
Now here's the thing. You can find in the text where it says Remich ni Kemet, which means the people belonging to Kemet. And the alternative to that is Kemet to you, the people who belong to Kemet, the people who reside in Kemet. It didn't have nothing to do with black, the color black or their skin, nothing, none of that stuff. And that's
So,
what I tried to explain to them.
so okay. So you have to, you know, it was painstaking work that we used to go over with the genes and genetics and the crayon boxes and doing all that.
Right.
And all that stuff has been unraveled. They have a geneticist over there called Neanderthal James. He's the resident. It's the whole world is just in a turmoil at this point.
Hey, but hold on. Let me ask you this: Are you aware? Like, I think you can appreciate this, right? Now, think back in history.
Mm-hmm.
To call somebody a Neanderthal at one point was a derogatory term, right? It was
Yep.
like you a caveman,
Yep.
you whatever, right?
Yeah.
And so, but that was only for a certain point in time.
Yeah.
The moment that the science caught up to really investigate the Neanderthals and how they lived, and they found out that the Neanderthals weren't as stupid and dumb as they thought,
Correct.
and they were sophisticated. They were very sophisticated, species of human, right?
Absolutely.
So now check this out. The moment that work started to become prolific and published, now all of a sudden, and now since 23andMe and all these DNA companies pop up,
Yeah.
you find out that people of the African continent have little to no Neanderthal DNA, whereas Europeans have 2 to 5 to 6% Neanderthal DNA. All of a sudden, the science literature switches. Now, all of a sudden, Neanderthal is no longer a derogatory term. Have you peeped that?
Yeah. It's not no more. Nope. It sure ain't.
What? Because now the science has caught up to the racism or the craziness, because now that Europeans know that they identify or share genes with Neanderthals, they can't go around saying Neanderthals are stupid because it's calling themselves stupid, and it changes. So I'm bringing that up because likewise, that's what happened in Egyptology. At the early Egyptology, they were saying all the Negroes were below Egypt, and all the Caucasians and Middle Easterners is really the part of Egypt. But then when they started finding out through the excavations and discovery and translations, they found out that the kingship and all the symbolism and everything came from the South, came from those Negro people that they were calling at the time. Now they had to switch it up. And that's what's happening right now. That's what y'all were saying. You were saying last night. It's a new blood of Egyptologists that are really going in on this in a better way. So that's it. Like, we don't have to, like, all of us, and I use that loosely, people don't have to be adversary and fight.
No.
It would be better if we had formed Voltron
Yep.
and worked on these things together, because 2 years was wasted. I'm telling
Yeah.
you. 2 years was wasted.
No, I don't think so. I think everybody got to see everything laid out on the table and just how crazy some people was, yo. And then you just come pick up the pieces, dog.
I
Nah,
mean,
it
yeah, I
is.
could.
It is kind
You
of
could see it
wasted.
that
And
way, but
Pick up the pieces.
nah,
Trust
it's
me.
like it's.
Trust me.
I wouldn't expect it from the people. You know, I could like
Trust me.
it's just. I
Trust me.
see,
Pick up the
I could
pieces.
I could see
Read the
that. Well, I'm
the
saying. I mean,
language.
listen, we
Now we
here.
can see who could really speak
I'm
the
here.
language.
Yeah,
Guess
I'm
what?
I
here.
would
We
never
put
even cared
in
about the
it was
language.
Fugazi. It was a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
was like,
Fugazi laying around,
I
bro.
was like, this
now
nigga's
see,
tripping.
but
I
yeah,
gotta
but
look
see,
this shit up.
Yeah, bro. See,
but
it's
let me
different
say,
now. See, Woo, before it was Fugazi in the midst. See what I'm saying? It was a lot of things being passed off as pearls. It was a lot of people acting like they could do what they really couldn't do. It was a lot of corniness. It was a lot of I'm this, I'm that. Now we can see. Now just walk through, pick up the pieces. Easy
Hey,
work.
it ain't
I
Easy
just
wanna.
work,
about
bro.
picking up the pieces. I'm gonna just because I need to say that though, because we forget like those 2 years plus some because prior to that, like I know with us like always wanting to get more information from Ujao, Asas, and Jetty, and because remember that when they first dropped the book on the top of that was for the debate, that was like 6 years ago. So imagine from then, just working with that pace, we would have been far. They would have been far, but us as the audience that are also trying to learn along with them, we would have been far. And then instead of spending all that time trying to argue people down and all that kind of stuff, it does actually waste time. And then now even us coming back, it's like you got to deal with a lot of because during that break, it's like people birthed a nation of pseudos or pseudo people, and we gotta deal with that. Like we could have just come back and let people know what we just learned. Other things that we've been learning during the break and offer people stuff. But no, like there was a whole
Right.
nest of an
Birth.
egg, just yeah, pretty much. like
I'm
like
gonna
I didn't
blame
even
that.
know there were so many people like that.
I'm gonna
It
blame it on the
wasn't
pseudo
before.
killers because y'all ain't y'all ain't kill the pseudo.
You crazy.
Y'all allowed the pseudos to thrive.
Man, you're crazy. It was an all-out war, yo. You just looking at the carnage at this point. It was an all-out war,
Probably there was
fully.
more before that, but there's definitely a lot. So maybe there was even more than that. So you're right, probably.
What
But
I'm
there
saying
is a
is
lot of pseudos.
now we can actually draw the line straight down the paper.
Oh, and a thick line,
Oh yeah.
not to
Thick
be
line.
mistaken about anything because
Right.
I'm telling you, over time you'll know who's in it for what reason. That's why I don't
Yeah.
like it. That's why I don't see. I just don't like the default adversarial position people take. Like Reggie came instead of like it would be a whole lot better if Reggie joined in on the investigation than to try to take a position in any position, a made up position, a foolish position against it. Talking about the bull country and stuff like that. Man, come on. That's like and then listen, on top of that, none of the scholars agree with anything that they're saying when it comes to the skin color stuff.
Oh man.
None. There's no dictionary. Look, you will not find the word Kemet ever translated as the black people, the land of the black people. That is only coming from Diop.
Yep. It's crazy.
Only. And even when Diop, listen, I did a video, but I'm gonna say it now. Diop didn't even do it. If people want to know the truth, some other guy. I don't know if you have the book, man. I wish I had it right now, so I could share my screen. But Diop, when he's talking about the name Kemet being the name for the ancient Egyptian stuff, he in the footnote he gives credit to this obscure person that we never hear anything about. And he said he found it for the African side of scholarship, but it was it was in a dictionary the whole time, and it never translated as black people. And people try to use the Cajun papyrus, the hymns of Sinwasabra. And here's the thing: they don't even know what hymns are for. They don't even know what the hymn is for. Just like those four cows, but I ain't gonna speak on that. Y'all say y'all gonna do
Get
something.
it tomorrow. Yeah, hit it.
But I'm telling you that they don't even know what it is. It's not talking about skin color at all. They don't know about the dragging of the merit chest or the driving of the four cows and why that is, how it ties into the four cardinal points and the four sons of Heru, all that stuff. Like that's what I said. In Egypt, nothing is in isolation. everything is connected, 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 connected,
I,
and that's
I
just the
think
bottom line.
I think now people can value just the way y'all was doing what y'all was doing, regardless of our fights over matters of science, right? They can at least value that
Yeah, we're
you
gonna
have been
round back. We're gonna round
responsible.
back. I saw Kent come in here, making some comments.
Oh, he was
Uh,
fun. He was having fun.
no, I know that's cool, but I'm saying, but Kent be borderline hating. So we're gonna round back to that, and Kent is gonna be forced to
He
play
ain't
and
hating.
quote me on some Big Bang stuff and all this other
Oh, the
crazy
Big
stuff.
Bang. But yeah, yeah. It's a running joke. You said you just knew the Big Bang.
We get back to the Big
Yeah,
Bang later, man. We want
yeah, we're gonna
We
nah,
ain't
we're
on
gonna
that.
we're gonna
Oh,
yeah.
sir.
Nah, that's why
Not
I said
doing it. Sir.
just
we're
table
gonna
that.
round back.
Not
We're gonna
doing it.
round
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
We're gonna round back
Yeah,
to that.
next year.
So
Next
bad.
year, not this year,
You
bro. I
know,
don't want to talk about
Yeah, we're gonna
that.
Jesus
We need
we're
to
Christ.
gonna
we need to
we're gonna
rest.
we're gonna we're gonna stick to the blackologists and the
Yeah.
TLA archers
The T-
and the
the
TL
TLA
aliens.
Archers. The TLA Archers.
The
That's what they
TL
do.
aliens and whatnot. People
Wow.
TLA and they wouldn't even know about a TLA if we ain't bring it.
Nope.
Just like certain people didn't even know what a toponym was, and they're gonna jump into an argument.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Man, they be because I learned that. That's why I said when I went back and watched your show, I understood what Smash was doing to us. I'm like, he
Yeah.
just
Crazy.
retrofit his argument. He'll switch up in the middle of an argument, then gaslight you. You know what I'm saying? They act like he ain't said what he just said. Man. You
Yeah,
feel
he
me?
did
That's when
that,
I
bro.
realized. You feel me? Because in the midst of that
I
Oh
thought it
argument,
was
yeah.
the same
he even
team.
argued that Kim need to have a wider spectrum, and he was saying that Kim, that the Deseret, the reddish brown print, like he was saying that that's Kim, and so I was like, nah, you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's Deseret. You can't make that Kim. You know what I'm saying? It was getting crazy, bro, on that whole show. It's a wild show. We play it now. It's a wild show. Just listening
Yeah,
to it.
that's how they do it. Like it's
Wild
like playing,
fighting
it's like
style.
playing, it's like playing basketball when the opposite team shoot the ball, and it's an opportunity for a rebound. You know how when two or more players grab the rebound, you holler out same team, and you're supposed to let go
Right.
and let somebody get it.
Yeah.
That's how I thought that all the players that were involved in this research was, but I learned the hard way that's not the case. Everybody's
Trying to get something.
trying to grab something.
Yep.
And you know what's sad? And I'm glad you here. What happened to the Amon Ra Squad Facebook group?
Oh, Smash took it and stole it like a thief. Changed the name on it. That's some bullshit. Yo, like who does that?
Nah, but see that right there is crossing the line
Yeah,
because there's
that's
some
trash.
valuable
Yep.
information in there,
Yep.
and he kicked. I know I can't see everybody else, but I'm blocked. I can't even see it.
Yep. Yeah, he trashed
And
it,
we and
yo.
we were admins. I'm saying, but it's a lot of information that was posted up in there.
Yeah, he did that on purpose, yo. And then he bragged about it. I took that from you. He ain't take nothing from me, yo. Nigga, he's
Nah,
a
but see
thief.
that's
Call him
nah,
a
but see
thief.
that's but see that's crossing the line. Like I lost
Yep.
respect. So so
Yep.
so that's just a wrap on that. I don't care, man. I'm too old for that. I'm not dealing with that because that's just unfair
Yeah, yo,
for
it's
for
crazy.
for for people and information. Same thing. See, nah, that's not cool because there was a lot like there was a lot of live videos we did just
Yep.
in there alone that don't exist on YouTube.
Yep. Oh yeah,
Remember
yep.
about the
Oh, that's
DNA,
right.
all
Yeah.
that stuff about.
Yep.
Remember when Naya? I mean, all the videos with us and
Yep.
Naya
Yep.
and Rick Kittles that was
Yep.
on posted that in there.
Yep. Yep.
Man, it was a lot of stuff, boy. The whole the DNA test that people were confused about.
Yep.
Remember, all humans are fundamentally African. That question, man,
Oh,
all of that stuff.
that was a good that was a but see and I'm glad we did all that because when it came time to really bat down the hatches, I know I had a lot to stand on. I had a lot to stand on with the science and the understanding of ethnicity, race and ethnicity. Had a lot to stand on with that, and so I mean, look, man. At the end of the day, man, I didn't know I would have to fight so hard for saying the Egyptians was African. That's the wildest thing, and that's the thing that really get me, right? And the thing that just boiled my blood, though, to be honest, to everybody listening, is the fact that we claim, right? at the tip of what we do is supposed to retrieve our history, right? And people claim in retrieving our history, right, it'll give us a up moving forward because now we've been allowed to put the pieces back together again, right?
Yeah.
That's what everybody say, but yet everybody deny the tools that would actually put our daggone history back together. That is so crazy to me, bro.
Yep.
I don't understand it.
Hey, while there's still people tuned in, I'm gonna play this audio and I want y'all to listen. It's short. It's Dr. John Henry Clark, and people gonna hear out of his own mouth about his views of this racial concept of black. All right, it's like 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
That's a good one.
I'm gonna play it. I played it in the beginning, but I know people weren't really tuned in to the channel. So listen, and then we can give some closing comments about that, right? So I'm gonna play it right now. So y'all in the chat, listen up, and then us in here, make sure we can hear it. So here you go, right here. Just hope people listen good now. This is John Henry Clark. You know, I was accused of going against Dr. Clark and Diop and stuff, but watch what he say. He gonna say exactly what I'm saying. But watch, listen.
This is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century because they had to justify the slave trade and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, that he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what are people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race?
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. The European invented and developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And
All right, I'm gonna stop it right there because I don't want to. I'm gonna play it again when we close out.
Did
But
he
listen,
just say pseudoscientific, yo? I know that man ain't say that.
yeah, he did. He did.
I heard that. That was fun. Yeah, that's some one of them old videos. You copped that from one of them old videos. That's it right there, yo.
Yeah.
We gotta play that. That's the mantra, yo. Yeah, that's fire, right?
But listen to what he said. He said black. He said we could bathe in it, but he said I wish we get the bath over with and we could move on to better things. And that's the point. That's what people are missing. The say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud served its purpose.
Correct.
Now we got to move on and actually get a real. See, black is not an identity, as Dr. Clark said. He said it tells you what you look like because they attach the category with physical traits, but it don't tell you who you are. Mm-hmm. And so it's like, man, like that's just beautiful. That's what I'm saying. So when Thunder was saying on Garfield's show that I'm going against it, I'm like, Thunder, you don't even know. So anyway, but so that's it.
Send that video, Wuja. It's a video. Where's the video at, Wuja?
What this one I just played?
Yeah, that's serious right there, yo. And everything that man has said, yo, I've touched around it, I've said it, I mean, come on, yo, like it's so obvious, right? I always say, I say, Black African poverty is a political statement. Connecting us to our struggle, bro. Like I say that all the time. I say, yo, I say it because I understand what we had to go through to change the paradigm of the negativity of the color of our skin, yo. It's a racialized, it's crazy. It segments you. It puts you in the category where you can't earn money. Like you said, the lower classes. The
Yes.
Egyptologist says, she say, man, that's why nobody want to be called black because it was attached to slavery and all that. That lady
Yeah.
said that, bro.
They get offended. They get offended to this day. They
Hey,
get offended to this day. So you heard him say, he said, we are essentially an African people no matter where, because of the psychology of our immediate ancestors. We still have that penetrating, and we have to develop a unique ethnicity though, because we're unique. We're different,
we different. Absolutely. A whole nother tribe, bro. I said it.
and we're not
Niggas.
ancient Egyptians. And
Nope.
ancient Egyptians are not African Americans. So everybody need
Nope.
to stop believing that, man.
With Jordans.
Because I'm telling you, by next summer, that's where this whole buffoonery is going. People gonna start claiming the ancient Egyptians are African American by next summer.
No, I think that's over with, bro. I think the train fell off the tracks, right, derailed the whole 9 yards, bro.
Man, somebody gonna build a subway and put it underground and keep it
Oh
going, boy.
wow. Yeah, that's probably that.
Because that's what that's what's happening. People walking around with unks and poles and stuff, thinking that they directly from East Africa right now. They say there's ancestors. I'm praying, worshiping ancestors.
Crazy. Oh
So,
man. So
but all right, look, it's 12:30, boy, man. I'm gonna go ahead and
yeah, it was a
wrap
good
up.
one, bro. It's a good one. Tune in
Um,
tomorrow, man. Appreciate you, man.
all
Appreciate
right,
that,
so I
bro.
appreciate it, Sosa, Unk, and so let me just see any last minute things in the chat going on, cause boy,
Yeah, send a video to us, Wuja.
what the well I just have the audio on top of the outro I made, but would you want the original?
Yeah, give me the vision.
Oh, I gotta dig it up, so you gotta give me a minute, cause
Uh,
I gotta remember where it's. You right though, it's an old interview. It's an
yeah.
interview that he did,
hmm
and he's breaking it down, man.
Break it down, yeah. But you sound like he was listening to our conversation. Called
Yep,
him pseudo. Give me
yep.
that.
He said pseudoscientific, beginning of the
Crazy.
15th century race. He said black people did not do anything like that,
Right.
or Africans.
Man.
We didn't do anything like that. So
Humanity. 350,000 years didn't put no value on skin color. Jablonski talked about that. I done played that. I don't know, man. Yeah, the bath is over with, dog. We got it,
yep.
okay?
He said we bathe in it, but he said I wish we get the bath over with.
That's funny, yo.
Like hit a towel, man. Dry
Hey,
off,
yo,
man. Dry off.
I gotta start these Mario Beatty videos. You know, told me that.
I'm ready to beat him and be
You know what I'm
tripping.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I ain't know
yeah,
Nah,
that.
most
we
of them
we
are
we we
actually
we we dissected his whole presentation, and he's part of the problem too, as far as what he said. Because
Deborah Hurd had recommended Smash take his
Yeah,
classes.
they take his class or something. Because Deborah
nah,
Heard made a eloquent statement on. She said, "What? I don't." She said, "We don't use those terms of black people. It's racist." He said, "We don't promote colonialism." It's crazy. Yeah,
But she's having him go get tutored by
I know.
yeah,
Mario Beatty.
but
This,
see that
yeah,
that's
so
like,
yeah.
but see that's different. That's like scholarly camaraderie where you just gonna recommend your what nearest to you. But I wouldn't. For his class for.
You don't think Deborah Hurd is on that? You think Deborah Hurd's not on
No,
that?
what I'm saying is like because Dr. Beatty is maybe good at what he teaches. Like he deals with Coptic and whatever else,
Mhm.
but he has a position though, and so that can interfere. But other than that, he's I don't discredit people just blanketly like that. Dr. Beatty is good. Like he's good, but he makes mistakes like anybody else, and he's wrong on that point. And even in his presentation, he didn't even know it. He never read our work. but he gave a presentation, and he didn't even realize that he was agreeing with some of the things we were saying, especially with the names of Kemet the slide I showed. He actually said riparian land.
Yeah, that's funny. Aha.
See, cause Smash made reference to him saying that he thinks that the Kemet came around for the whole place name was based on these different people coming in,
Yeah, you can't. Don't make sense. It's a place name.
and that's why because he's dealing with this Diop and the skin, so he's saying that was the reason for the skin, and then you know what I'm saying. So I was like, I didn't know that to Smash said, and I was like, because he said, yeah, I agree with Mario B. I was like, I didn't know he was on
Nah,
that.
that's not.
Figure out. Don't listen to Smash.
No, but that's not even. That's not. No, Mario Beatty was saying he was speaking on Ogden Golet's work, where during the Middle Kingdom, and starting at that period of time, 11th dynasty, there was emphasis on borders called Tash and these different borders and stuff, and so there was a sense of securing the borders of Egypt, and he says that in his presentation a bit, that these terms came out of. But what they don't talk about is they talk about the emergence of Mary at the same time. So why all of a sudden, if it was about skin color, then they don't realize that their argument supports the racist Egyptologists of early Egyptology, because what you're saying and what they're saying is that black people didn't come into Egypt till later. And so why would you call a country after skin color black 11th dynasty? Then that means you're giving dynasty 1 to 10 to somebody other than black. And that just don't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. And that's just not the case. I mean, the whole thing, it's an absence of knowledge of the culture and stuff like that. Like, they don't understand the whole thing. It's not about skin color whatsoever. None.
Real quick, I think because Sosa was asking about those videos, I just wanted to let you know, because I put them in the chat, but I'm not sure if you saw them. Those videos, they're
Yeah.
like five.
I said
Yeah, they're like.
I got them
Oh,
queued up. I got
oh,
them
you got
queued
them.
up. So
Okay,
soon as
good,
we'll
good.
go on.
Okay, that's
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, you the Saw channel. I got
right,
like 1,
right.
2, and 3 queued
Okay,
up. As soon as y'all get done, I'm
all right.
watching. Appreciate you.
All right, yeah. So that's it, man. So hopefully, because I'm a swiftly talk about these topics. I'm just pointing people to videos, because I'm trying to get into some other stuff about Egypt with people.
Of course.
Get into the realities. Because think about it. In the past 2 years, nobody is closer to knowing anything more about the culture. Everybody's caught up on what they look like, and that's just stupid. Like, man,
retarded.
Nobody could tell me anything more about Jehudi or Sekhmet. Like, what did they mean by this deity Sekhmet, this lion-headed deity Sekhmet? Like, what is that all about? Can't nobody build on that?
I don't care.
Oh, she's just a lion-headed deity. They just believed in that. Like, God, that's why we so far behind.
And you know what? And the fact that people is pushing us to beat you the back of the line is the thing that I was fighting for. Like I said, that's ridiculous. Yeah, now disrespect the expertise, disrespect of Egyptologists because they don't agree with your stance is crazy. You got a chance to actually talk to them. There were points brought out in those interviews. We have a few more being dropped that give us the nuances that we could, like ain't nowhere in the world European Egyptologists is supposed to come in this community and say that we're trying to hear the voices of the ancestors, right? We want to hear the indigenous voices. We want them to tell their story. No way they're supposed to be telling us that, bro. And we putting the African American voice in their mouth. It's the most ridiculous, crazy thing I've heard in my life. No way, bro. Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm trying to find something, but I can't find it. It's taking me to. Oh, no, I think I got it right here. All right, there you go. All right. I'm going to make this last point, y'all. So check this out, right? On the screen, right there where the arrow is. Hold up. Can I move it? Yeah, right where that arrow is, you have the word Nehes. And everybody can see the glyphs for that. Everybody can see the translation for that. Negroes. And everybody know that Negroes is the Latin word for black in English. So Budge, this is coming from Budge's book, 1896, right? Budge and everybody, his contemporaries around that time, and it was for a long time, they said that the Nehisiu were black.
Yeah.
They translate the word as black.
Yeah.
They ain't even try to tell you what the word mean. They just said it's Negroes. And then guess what? Guess what they named where they live at?
What?
They said Nehes is black land. Negro land, the word Negro, just swapped that for black, and it's black land. So why are people arguing over Egypt being the black land or the land of black people when all the scholars that people try to consult is telling you that the black people and the black land is really Sudan or below Egypt? It's beyond Egypt. And that's what is crazy to me, that people will use these things and then go to total opposite, not knowing that they dagger themselves every time. The Nehisiu at all times was seen as, if you're going to go by skin color, they were your black ones.
Correct.
They were your black ones. Correct. And look, this is how the Egyptians portrayed them. Thick lips, gaudy wearing jewelry, big nose. Another one, thick lips, big nose, jewelry. These are all people who live south of Egypt. And this is Egyptian artifacts, y'all. Look at that. Big nose, high cheekbone, big lips, earring. That's how the Egyptians saw them. And if you compare this to West African art, you'll see the similarities. So when people try to identify if the Egyptians was so gung-ho about their skin color and this, that, and the third, why would they do everything in their power to deal with the people south of them in that fashion? Makes no daggone sense. No sense.
Hey, Wuja, let me add this point. Those features right there, they seem to have been exaggerated because the Egyptians was really trying to separate them even from them, for real. So that might not be an actual, it's just an exaggeration of their features.
Well, no, you're right. You're not wrong. But in scholarship, what they did was they created an archetype of a standard, a visual standard to represent, whatever, and they would embellish to make those distinctions more prominent. So you're right.
It just happened to fit the damn stereotype. Go pick somebody with big lips and say that's the stereotype of the whole black. Crazy, bro.
And it's the same. It's the same as 1950 cartoons that everybody get offended by. The Egyptians did the same thing. Egyptians did the same thing. But check this out. Who
flipped it off? You had it on there.
Right here. Yeah, there it is right there.
Yeah.
Those are the old cartoons. Everybody got offended and they took it off the syndication and stuff like that. They said, that's offensive. But
some of the best cartoons.
But the Egyptians did the same thing.
Sure did.
So if people are offended by this, then they should be offended what the Egyptians did with this and this and that.
The same thing. Yeah.
But no, now check this out. In terms of skin color, here's another doozy, right? The person on the right, you see that's an Egyptian king.
Okay.
And you see the painted skin color is the standard skin color of all the other Egyptian kings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now,
that's right.
I ask people this all the time. Who is this? Because I was trying to see who could read the glyphs right here. But I'm just gonna tell y'all, this is Ptolemy.
Oh yeah, I remember you did that. Yeah, God, I remember that. Yes, I remember that.
That's Ptolemy. Wait, but here's the point. People are so focused on skin color. Everybody and their mother will say Ptolemy was not black.
Yeah, we're gonna run that.
was not a black person. But why the Egyptians painting him in the same traditional standard pigment color that they painted themselves in? If he's not black and it's all about black,
Yeah.
this further shows that it was never about that. It's about the national standard and representation of the Egyptians. They used the color of deshret. It was a brown, reddish brown for themselves.
I learned
And
that
here,
watching that nigga.
and
Fresh
here he is
Brown.
again. These two are the same king. That's Ptolemy.
That's a good point right there. That's a good point right
That's
there with
Ptolemy.
Yeah.
And look, hold on, wait. That's Ptolemy, right? That's how the Egyptians represent him. But check out how he looked.
And that's the red bone sister at the end, and that's the red bone sister at the back.
Check out how Ptolemy. Check out how he looked.
Yeah.
That don't look like that.
No, that was one of your last shows you did for you bounce.
And that speaks to that lady, Unc, who said, like, you know, looking at the wall art and trying to draw like some type of reality of it is like,
Nah, you can't do that. And look at this. This guy has very small lips and stuff, but people don't know that's Ramesses.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this guy. Anyway,
Yeah.
I got stuff for days, man. Look, this the tomb. Look in my Kevin Hart voice. Look. But check this out.
Look at this.
Look at this. Look. No, but seriously, this is the tomb of Neunk Pepi what? Kim.
Pepe
And
King,
they're
yeah, I
trying to
remember
say
one.
that Kim.
Peppy with the nickname that we'll never know the meaning of it. But go ahead.
Yeah, they try to say Neunk Pepi the black one. But guess what? When you walk into his tomb, nowhere is he ever black. He's red as I don't know what. This is him. This is from his tomb. Here's another picture. Closer.
Yeah, and the scholars said that they didn't know what the Kim. They're not sure what the Kim is
Said it was a
referencing.
nickname. Said you wouldn't know. How would you know what the nickname?
And
Don't
that's
know
the
what it
same.
is.
Well, I'm gonna tell y'all, but see, here's what the Egyptians did. It's color category. Now here's one.
Because there's another Pepe,
Yeah,
right?
because people shared names and stuff, they used to differentiate them between red and black. So it's Happy Kim and then Happy Desher. So it's one is Happy the black and Happy the red, and they used to do that for distinctions. And they did that with the pottery. You got the black top part, then the red bottom part, and stuff like that. These are things of distinction. Green to black, yellow, blue. The deities, are fashioned after different colors. The yellow represents the gold, the untarnishing, or gold represents everlasting, like something that doesn't spoil, that doesn't go bad and don't turn. So the skin of the gods is gold, and then because man comes from the tears of Ra, you got that reddish hue. So come on, man, it's not like that. Anybody associated with the deceased and deification is Usir. Those people are black. You got Tutankhamun, jet black.
Since we're here now, what about those names like Montuhotep's wife? Her name was, I think, what, Kimset?
Yeah,
Montuhotep the first.
yeah. See now, in those instances, Kim Set and stuff like that, when you research their pedigree, those people usually are people that came from the south.
Normally Nubian. Right. So the Kim would just be basically like a Nubian who's Egyptianized. In other words, because I see it with some other viceroys. They also have the Kim in their name, like the.
Yeah, but see, yeah. Well, I mean, the short answer is yeah, but that's
But I only see it in that dynasty so far. What I've seen, the early dynasty and in that period, the 18th dynasty.
yeah.
Right there,
You had the sixth dynasty during Pepi's reign. That's why they got Pepi all up in their name, and then during coming up, encroaching on to what they call the Black Pharaohs, Pianki and Taharka and that. So, but at all times, see, it's context and everything like that, and it still has no reflection on the naming of the country or anything like that. It just doesn't, because you have a place that's called the White Land as well. People don't know about that. I'm gonna show that next show. Hedge. The word for hedge is white. It's like, okay, so if people are there that you call them white people, like, come on. So it wasn't about that. But all right, so yeah, it's definitely late, and hopefully everybody enjoyed and got the point my whole point was don't fall for the straw man arguments, and I wanted people to know what the real arguments are. You know, it's
Correct.
about the place name, and it just had nothing to do with we can rule out the hypothesis that was advocated by Diop. We could rule that out. The black land one,
Yeah, we can, but others won't. Others won't. We can, but
yeah, the black land
1974.
one,
That happened in 1974. That got washed out, but nobody act like it did. But go ahead.
yeah, no, you're right because,
yeah, I think the black land one we still got to do some work with the black land
but
one.
see the
I get what you're saying. We could talk.
yeah, the black land one is not really a
Yep.
contention. It's just a better way. Like we're in 2024 now, and so we're improving on all that stuff. Ain't nobody gonna be able to run that black skin or black land by itself, because even like I said, even when the scholars say black land, they don't just say black land and then stop talking. They say black land and then they'll go on to say due to the silt of the Nile and the flooding of the Nile and the fertility of the soil. So they're explaining a riparian. So my position is, why go through all that? Let's just call it what it is, and then that solves everything. This is like the umbrella solution right here. There it is. That's just what it is.
Yeah, but that
They
helps explain their religion too, though, Wuja. Like I said before, that
what?
black, Cyrus being black and green, fertility, death and dying and resurrection, the
No,
magical
no,
principles
Usir.
to it.
No, Usir is the riparian deity. That's the point. Usir is not just black. Usir is also green. Usir
Yeah.
also represents vegetation.
Yeah.
Usir also represents the sprouting forth of cultivation and knowledge when
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
in the story where he goes to other places and try to civilize people. So
Facts.
come on, this, riparian is the
Facts.
word. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but you just said the same thing. Both could go with it. You get
No,
it?
I know, right, but I'm saying but the point is, black is too restrictive because it opens the door for people
For the
to use it for
nuts.
something that is
for the
not.
for the African American.
Black comes with a disclaimer.
Yeah, black comes with a disclaimer, whereas riparian, you just say that and you're done. All somebody got to do is look up what riparian and be like, oh yeah, I know what you mean. Damn, oh man, and that happened to me literally. I spoke to a person, they didn't know nothing about it, and they're like, oh man, it makes sense.
Well, maybe you
It
should use that in the
it makes
African
sense.
American community, bro, because everybody else got figured it out. The African American community that go against expertise, you might need to use that on them. Anybody with reason, and cognitive ability to read, get that. But yeah, it is what it is, man. So
Yeah, yeah.
that's a small point to debate. I'm not willing to do that. Oh,
Well, that's
I ain't willing to debate that. I'm good. Trust me.
Well, nah, but see, it's the same. It's just right now. It's a prerogative thing. I'm trying to, like,
I feel you.
it's. I have a very strong advocate opinion that we should switch and just call it what it is, riparian. But if somebody say black land to me, like I said 7 years ago in the video, I said I wouldn't have a problem. I'm like, I know what you mean,
You said you,
because
s- you said that 7 years ago, huh?
yep,
Yeah, I
seriously,
had
like
to
the
go back to old videos when I was saying, nah, the Nubians wasn't black neither. I said it's racist to say that. Yeah, I had to go back into the archives. You know how
yeah.
long we been saying that?
Hey, we got to put them in the conversation too, Ark, so we can hear them. You know what I'm saying? Talk about
Oh,
that.
oh,
The riparian zone and hear that conversation.
yep, yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but
We need to
Unc,
set
I
that
saw
up.
you play one of the pull up videos. Did you play the other ones?
Yep, I'm great. I was gonna run it. I was gonna run it tonight. I was gonna run it. Yep, that should be crazy
Oh,
funny,
it's
yo.
late now, but yeah, if you playing, let me know, cause see, here's the thing too, right?
Crazy.
We're going tomorrow doing
Yep.
social world. We're going
Okay,
tomorrow. Yeah, put up social world avatars and shit. Make you a little wujo
all right,
avatar.
all right,
We
all
got
right,
Oh
MK
yeah,
avatar.
you gotta have an
okay,
avatar to connect.
We got the
Got to
black
have
sport up
avatar.
and
all
everything,
right.
so we can post
But see,
everything.
here's the thing, right? Those videos, pull up videos,
Mhm.
is now like over 2 years old, and see, people don't like, obviously people ain't going to advertise that kind of video, or even our channel. So people ain't even get to see it. So people are seeing that for the first time.
Yeah, they
and it's like, oh my God, dang, I ain't know it was like that. You know, because I got hit up when Garfield played it, but they wish, like, I think Garfield was worried about getting a strike. I'm like, yeah, he shouldn't have been worried about that.
Yeah, we don't do
On his
that.
channel. So anyway, but it's actually on Jehudi's channel. Jehudi's
Painful.
crazy, man. Jehudi, I'm telling you, Jehudi. I don't know if Jehudi in the chat now, but Jehudi is crazy with that
Crazy.
stuff, boy. He had the
Free video.
he had the shwee.
Yeah.
I'm slide out there. Peace. Good show.
All right, yeah, I'm out too. All right, so
All
I'm
right,
gonna say peace.
All right, man. All right, Emma Cat, appreciate you. All right, Woo.
All right, I'm gonna play this John
All right.
for John Henry Clark piece,
Fire.
and we're gonna close it out. So peace to everybody. Appreciate everybody listening. So, but y'all stay to listen to this. It's gonna close out the show. Here we go.
And this is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century, because they had to justify the slave trade and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, that he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what are people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race.
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. The European invented and developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term, and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild-nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors, and they can be patriarchs, they can be a whole lot of them. See, we've been everything in history from saint to buffoon. We're a complete people, and we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things. And we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important.